and William McIntyre, from Timo Kucharczyk and Evan Gilter, Valerio Benicella and Due De Decker, Laurence Lesetua and Giovanni Trentin, Maxwell Dodds and Zachary David, Leon Hoffman and Edgar Anpiligov, Keanu Alajari, Nico Lemberg, Francesca Marenghi, Luis Binder, Lenny Reed, Magnus Tukilson, Emma Felbermeyer and Simca Severas. 24 drivers, 9 laps of this fabulous Wackersdorf circuit, and the competitors are ready. One formation lap where they warm up the tyres and brakes to get them to their optimum temperature, and now we can start thinking about who is going to be in that final. There are 24 drivers in this race alone, and there are 3 races to take us down to the final. So you think there's only 36 places available. It's now or never for the drivers in this heat. Let's get you into the start. Lindblad, Keeble, Delpino, Eichmanns, Rojon, McIntyre, Kucharczyk. It's a false start straight away. So a few drivers out of position in the middle of the pack. So the race will restart. The repeater light coming on at the request of Nigel Edwards, the race director, who decides to send them round again for another additional formation lap. It looks as though there is only one driver that is not going to take up the grid for this final heat of their weekend, and that is the German Lenny Reed. So unfortunately, the Solgat Motorsport driver does not look like he's going to be taking up his position again on the starting grid, and that's a shame because he's had good knowledge of this Wackersdorf circuit, not just because he's a local, but because he has raced here in various categories in the past. But this is a great opportunity for the others to really stake their claim and put themselves in position for the last final of the year. The championship standings coming into this weekend. Ugo Chukwu of America has 55 points. Tuukka Tarppanen of Finland has 48. And the pole sitter for this heat, Arvid Lindblad, has 44. 11 points between them, and a title fight well underway now. Let's see how it's going to conclude over the course of today. Here's the first heat, and we are away and racing. Great start by Lindblad. Keeble is going to get boxed in behind his teammate Bruno Delpino as they swarm through, and Harley Keeble is down to 5th position as they head for the hairpin for the first time. A little bit of jockeying for position. Is everybody going to get through? Just about. There's a little bit of nudging and a few love taps, but it's okay as Bruno Delpino runs in second in front of Arthur Rojon, the Frenchman for the Expert Racing team. And as they come through at the end of the first sector, it's all looking a-okay for the race leader, Arvid Lindblad. And so far, so good. Looks like there's been a couple of moments further down the field, has there? We seem to have no yellow flags around the first part of the circuit, so no, everybody is a-okay on the start. And it's Arvid Lindblad out in front. Second place, Bruno Delpino, the Spaniard. Third place up to Rojon as drivers are starting to solidate their first opening lap gambits. And now they come through at the end of the first lap, and it's Lindblad from Delpino, Rojon, Kucharczyk, Keeble, McIntyre, Eichmanns, and then it is Lesetua in front of Evan Gilter and Due De Decker, with Valerio Benicella in P11 at the moment. So a cracking start, and we're in a very good sequence of events now for the competitors as they charge their way forward. And it should be a pretty exciting run for the drivers. But this is where we're going to see a few drivers make some daring and bold overtakes. They know this is their last chance to get into the final. Rojon sizing up Bruno Delpino. The Spaniard looks like he's pretty much booked his place in the final. Rojon could do with a decent result here. He's had a couple of bad races over the course of yesterday, so a decent result would really book his place in a good position. Arvid Lindblad in first position. This is a great chance for him. His main rival, Tuukka Tarppanen, really struggled yesterday, and Lindblad has a great chance of lining up second or third maybe on the grid for the final. That will book him 8 championship points, and that will put him right back into the hunt with his main rival, Ugo Chukwu. He's still looking like a good bet for second in the standings rather than first, because the American has been completely unbeatable over the course of yesterday. 4 races and 4 heat wins, but it's all important for Arvid Lindblad out in front in this one to keep his cool and hopefully from his point of view keep his position. Bruno Delpino is closing in, as is Arthur Rojon. There's a good little battle going on for fourth as Kucharczyk holds in front of McIntyre. Rojon dives for the inside for second place, and Delpino gets him straight back on the switch. So Delpino and Rojon battling for second place, but that's cost them a bit of time to Lindblad, who continues to run in the lead. So Arthur Rojon has made his statement of intent then as he runs up at the front end of the field in this one. But Bruno Delpino is going to be a hard man to pass. He now dives for the inside line, and again Bruno Delpino slices back and retakes the place away from Arthur Rojon. He can't quite finish the move on the Spanish charge as Will McIntyre in 5th position sets the fastest lap of the race, and there he is right up close behind Kucharczyk, who has caught up to the tail of Arthur Rojon. And Rojon has struggled on 2 occasions now to get past Bruno Del Pino and has not managed it. Here comes Kucharczyk, makes the bold move, and now Rojon going to try and repeat the favour as he gets back past Kucharczyk. Watch out for Will McIntyre. He's getting very racy there in the Leclerc by Lennox chassis, and he's going to dive for the inside of Kucharczyk. McIntyre commits to the move in the final bend and gets in a 4th place. Lovely move from the Brit. So McIntyre up into P4 then, tucked up behind Arthur Rojon. So it's Lindblad, Del Pino, Rojon, McIntyre, Kucharczyk and Ian Eichmann's the Belgian in front of his countryman Laurens Lesatua. Harley Keeble is up to 8th place now, having got back past Evan Gilter. But it's a very tricky race for Harley Keeble, the man who got 2 heat wins and a second yesterday, my apologies. So a very strong battle for the drivers in this one. But Keeble is still looking strong for a good grid position for the final, as long as he can keep himself in that top 10. But there are some very top drivers in this field, and they all want to get there into the final in as strong a position as humanly manageable. Side by side, that is Keeble going to battle with Evan Gilter, the Frenchman in the Sodi car. And we now have 4 laps to go as Bruno Del Pino is once again being caught by Arthur Rojon. And there goes Gilter. He makes the move on the inside of Harley Keeble and chops straight across the cover at the inside line. There's no way he's losing that if he's got anything to say about the matter. As Arthur Rojon sets the fastest lap of the race, Gilter defends, and that's given a little bit of a chance for Valerio Rinicella. Rinicella comes up the inside and makes the bid. So Rinicella gets through. Nice overtaking move there in front of Harley Keeble. And the battle really strong. Here up the inside now comes Laurens Lesatua, I think. No, sorry, that's Tom Braiken, I do believe. So Tom Braiken making his way to move further forward. And that puts him into a decent position. So a good bit of racecraft there. Oh, sorry, that's McIntyre past Rojon. Then Kucharczyk, then Eichmann, and now Laurens Lesatua. And here comes McIntyre right in behind Bruno Del Pino in the hunt for 2nd place. So is there going to be a charge through from Will McIntyre to get into 2nd position now, because he's got past the 2 men he was racing, and Del Pino just controlling the pace in the Tony car in lap 7 of this race in 2nd position, and they're both quite close to Arvid Lindblad. Kucharczyk, the pole, still running a very solid 4th position ahead of Eichmann and Lesatua. Is this the move from McIntyre? Diving on the inside, he gets the move. Nice overtake there into the left-hand hairpin. A little twitch on the way back through. But that's a nice move from McIntyre, and he now finds himself charging up towards the hairpin as they close in on Arvid Lindblad. But we're getting to the latter stages of this heat now. 2 laps remaining, and Del Pino does not want to lose out to McIntyre, but at the same time, he doesn't want to lose ground to Timo Kucharczyk behind him, who could be a real pressure threat in the final itself. But Arvid Lindblad is controlling the pace up front in the Kart Republic chassis. No problem at all from his point of view, as Will McIntyre coaxes the Leclerc's chassis through the 1st sector and up into sector 2. This trio of right-handers then into the square left at the foot of the crest. And now along the back straight, up towards the left-hand hairpin. And then you come to a very physical part of the circuit. This, as you come up and over the crest, it's the kart racers equivalent of a little roller coaster hoop there as they come up and over the top of the crest, then drop down into the hairpin. That's why it's a little bit deceptive, that turning point, as Gilter continues to defend from Valerio Rinicella and Harley Keeble. And that's a nice battle on the inside there from Giovanni Trentin, I think, to try and make the move on the inside of the German Leon Hoffmann as we go into the final lap of the 1st heat of the day. And now we're getting some really good races in the mid of the pack. But it looks to me as though McIntyre is going to hold on to that 2nd place in front of Bruno Del Pino and Timo Kucharczyk. Del Pino may try one final trick, but Arvid Lindblad looking so serene in the lead of this one, and this is the perfect setup for a crack at the European Championship in the final. He has a chance to make it happen. He's been so solid and consistent. 2nd at Zuerda, 3rd at Sarno. Lindblad with a great chance to wrap up a championship if he can keep everything going his way. Out of the final turn, and Arvid Lindblad takes the victory here. Great result. McIntyre in 2nd place, Del Pino in 3rd from Kucharczyk, Eichmann and Lesatua. It's a perfect start for the 206. He's got 11 points to make up on the championship leader to overtake him in the title fight. And let's not forget, of course, that this afternoon the dropped scores will be taken into account, and each driver drops their lowest qualifying heat score and their lowest final over the course of the season. So it is a tough fight to the title race, but Arvid Lindblad opens his account this morning with a victory to set him up for a good place in the final. So here comes the results. Arvid Lindblad from Will McIntyre and Bruno Del Pino from Timo Kucharczyk and Ian Eichmans. Laurence Lesatua, Arthur Rojon, Harley Keeble, Douay de Decker and Valerio Minichella round out the top 10. Then it's Evan Gilter in front of Giovanni Trentin. And Zachary David ahead of Leon Hoffman from Keanu Alajari and Magnus de Kilson. Edgaran Piligov is ahead of Nico Lemberg, Maxwell Dodds and Simca Severdas. Then Eber Felbermeyer and Luis Binder. Just the two retirements, Francesco Menenghi and the man who didn't start the race, Lenny Reed. So a perfectly straightforward heat. Let's have a look back over the replays from this first heat of the day. Things get us off to a good start. You can see again here how Arvid Lindblad has essentially guided the inside line to edge the outside drivers onto that curb on the way through turn one. At the start, that is a really big crunch point and a very difficult situation for them. But then the conflagration comes through. We've got several drivers trying to edge each other through that hairpin and a couple of drivers forced wide on the way through these apex bends, but it's not easy to get yourself into a strong position. And everybody wants the same bit of racetrack. Fair play to the junior drivers, though, when they came that close together in the previous heats. There were a few drivers getting spat out to the sidelines, and it was actually a very tame heat, that one. Drivers obviously driving sensibly and smartly in order to try and get themselves into the final itself. So a really exciting race for the drivers up front. Perhaps a frustrating one for the drivers in the midfield once they'd settled into a bit of a rhythm. But the man you've got to feel for the most in that one, really, is the Frenchman Arthur Rojon. He had yet another good chance of a top 3 finish, possibly even a win at one stage. He was getting closer and closer to Arvid Lindblad, and he pulled off some excellent moves to try and start that little bandwagon rolling. But it was always going to be a difficult one when the drivers are starting to get their moves back in on the inside line and try to make a little bit of an advantage here and there. But you've got some good moves in the midfield. That was Max Dodds in the middle of the race there, pulling off a nice overtaking move in the hairpin. I think he must have got into an incident or two. A couple of drivers there trying to force the issue with him because he ended up losing a lot of places. And let's not forget, he was the man who set pole position at Sarno in Italy. So you wouldn't expect to see him down there based on his ability because he's a lot faster than that result suggests. So obviously some good battles in the opening stint, in the opening phases of the race. This is Arthur Rojon really starting to get on with it here behind Bruno Del Pino. He makes his ultimate move in the hairpin, but look, he's just braked a metre or so too late. Del Pino's seen him coming and got off the power, back onto it as they go through the apex itself and makes the switch back. And this is how you respond to an overtake. You just take advantage of the fact that the driver you're overtaking is going to be a little bit wider on the exit from having to make the move, and you can get back on terms. And this is Rojon again. Look, he's sliding the kart a little bit under braking. He's doing it as late as possible. And again, Del Pino just rolls off the power, gets back on it a little earlier than Rojon, and forces the Frenchman to concede the place again. And that's where things really started to go wrong for him from that point. Kucharczyk takes advantage. He comes from a long way back. There's a lot of grip on the inside line of this hairpin because there's a lot of rubber laid down. And Kucharczyk gets through. Now, Rojon tries to do the same trick here, essentially, as Del Pino, and manages to get him back again. But you can sense from this point on that it's all only going to get more difficult. Gilter putting off a tough move there into turn 2. It's very hard to get on the inside line when you're both flat on the throttle. You need to rely on a good exit from the final turn, but also that the guy you're overtaking is going to give you enough space for the two of you to actually get through in one piece. Now here's Ian Eichmans having his run at Arthur Rojon in the middle of the race. And Rojon is essentially going backwards from this point. And several drivers making their way through. But there's not a lot that he can do about that as first Eichmans and then Lesatua add insult to injury there. And he drops to 7th position by the end of the race. It's rather unfortunate. Now here comes Will McIntyre's move. This is on Bruno Del Pino. Now, this is how you stop the overtaking move going wrong. He's drawn level alongside. He's braked at about the same point, but he's corrected the kart in the middle of the apex to ensure that Del Pino can't get the switch back. And that's really smart driving there from McIntyre. And then you've got Valerio Minichella trying to pull off a move or two in the closing stages. McIntyre is so strong in this final lap as well, running in second place, because he knows he's got the pressure of Del Pino and Kucharczyk all over the back of him, but he's not going to relent. He's going to give him plenty of chances to get close, but he's not going to leave the door open, and that's pretty crucial at this point in proceedings as Arvid Lindblad comes through and dances his way around the final sectors of the lap. And it's a very strong performance from a man who's desperately trying to gain as many points as he can through the course of the weekend. But this European Championship final later today definitely gives us a little bit of an indication that we're going to see some really solid effort from these youngsters. They're going to give us a little bit more drama in the final itself. But Lindblad is just not really breaking a sweat. He's just keeping the kart nice and planted through this circuit. He's got a really good balance here and a genuinely fine understanding of where to place the kart, how to look after the tyres, how to preserve the brakes, and how to coax the engine to its best without stretching it. So it's a really good run from Lindblad, and he is definitely a serious contender for the final. And only 11 points behind Ugachukwu and 4 behind Tarpanen. He has a real chance to turn the tables here, depending on what happens in that final later. A good run from Lindblad.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So we talked about Arvid Lindblad in his quest for the title fight. There's obviously some very exciting drivers to watch out for over the course of the next 2 races as well. In fact, we just seen out on track a strong run from the driver in 3rd place in the Drivers' Championship. The man 2nd in the Drivers' Championship is currently taking to the road in this one, and that is Finland's Tukka Tarpanen. While we're talking about the championship ramifications and the 11-point gap between the 3 drivers, let's hear from them. We spoke to them over the course of Friday afternoon in their preparation for the weekend. So we'll hear from the top 3 drivers in the FIA Karting European Championship for Juniors, namely Jugo Ugachukwu of the United States, Tukka Tarpanen of Finland, and Arvid Lindblad of Great Britain.
Well, I'm really confident, so we just have to keep pushing this weekend. This track is much different from Sarno and Zvero. You know, in Sarno and Zvero is very long, and here it's very short and misty. So we have to work a setup that's good and fast, and we'll see. I think we have good speed, so hopefully we can keep this advantage. We have to do good in the heats in the final as well. So we have to be consistent and no crashes. There are a lot of passing places, but it's also very easy to crash. It's hard to go side by side, so hopefully we get a good qualifying so we can start in front. Honestly, the pace is good, so it's going to be hard to get qualifying, try to get a nice toe, but not to get traffic so we can start in front for the heats.
Now we have a few practice coming and speed didn't was so good, but hope so we share good speed. Suera was so fast. This is very slow track. Ugo is very fast and also Lindblad is my behind. I tried to win, but podium is really good.
Yeah, it's a very different circuit. Its style is very different. It brings different challenges to us as drivers. It's very tight, twisty, technical. The driver makes a very big difference here. And Sarno and Zvero are much bigger, very high speed, corners. For me, I'm not really too worried about the championship. I'm coming into this weekend, I'm more focused on just doing the best I can. I know that if I do the best I can, I hopefully can come higher in the championship. But I'm not really too bothered about where I finish. It's more about doing the best I can and getting as many points as possible this weekend. Because if I win, amazing. 2nd is good for the team, 1-2 hopefully. And if I come 3rd, it's fine, it is what it is. I've done well this year, being consistent, and I think that's the biggest thing.
Great to hear from the 3 leading candidates in this FIA Karting European Championship. They're all battling for the glory. And of course, there's only a handful of points between them. 11 points in total, in fact, as they get ready for the race battle itself. 55 points for America's Jugo Ugachukwu, 48 for Tukka Tarpanen, and 44 for Arvid Lindblad. They are the 3 drivers who can win this European Championship. over the course of the day. Obviously, dropped scores will be taken into account for the final this afternoon as well. Over the course of the season, the drivers will drop their worst score in qualifying heats and their worst score in a final in the 2020 campaign. But that will all happen, and we'll look at the aggregate as the championship unfolds in the final itself. But there are several competitors who have obviously come before and won the European Junior title in the FIA karting paddock in various stages of their career, including Sebastian Vettel, who won it in 2001 back in the GER days, or Junior Intercontinental A, as it was known, of course, back in the day. And in the KF3 era, we have 3 of the current Formula 1 drivers who have managed to get themselves a title back in those days. I say 3, it's actually 2 technically. Alex Albon and George Russell, who won the title 2 years in a row in 2011 and 2012. Alex Albon got the job done 10 years ago this year in 2010 in KF3. Lando Norris then did it in the KF Junior era and managed to do it in 2013, the same year that a chap called Max Verstappen won the European OK category as well as the European KZ and then the World Championship for KZ. So a fascinating year, 2013. But we've also got some fabulous names from the OK Junior era, of course, that have managed to work their way up the ladder. Finn Keneally, Johnny Edgar, Paul Aron and Marcus Amond, who are either in the world of car racing or still here in the world of FIA karting as a senior. And it's great to see that these youngsters are still giving us plenty of entertainment. So who is going to be the 5th OK Junior European champion in the FIA karting paddock? It's definitely going to be a fabulously deserving driver. All 3 of the competitors that are in the fight deserve to be this year's FIA Karting European Champion, but sadly only one of them can take the crown. It's either going to be Ugo Ugachukwu of the Sauber Karting satellite team that's in the Kart Republic Motorsport awning. It could be Tuukka Tarpanen, the Finnish driver for the Tony Kart Racing team. And then there is also a good chance it could end up the way of Arvid Lindblad from Great Britain for Kart Republic Motorsport's factory effort. But this qualifying heat is just as important, as it obviously puts several drivers from the junior category into the best possible chance they can have of a decent grid position for the final later today. For some of them, it's their last chance to book their places into it. Dion Gowder of Singapore lines up in pole position for this one for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team, alongside the Italian star Brando Badoa for the Cetilar Racing satellite squad within Kart Republic Motorsport's awning. 2 drivers who have been very strong over the course of this 2020 campaign. Rafael Modenese, the man who made history yesterday, the first man ever from Peru to take an FIA karting heat victory. And that is quite an incredible achievement. There's not many drivers who can say that they are the only man from their country in history ever to win a race at this level. And Rafael Modenese is one of those chosen few, and he's just getting better and better as his seasons continue. Alongside him on the grid, Britain's new star Sonny Smith for the Pantano Racing team. Plenty of guidance and expertise from ex-Formula 1 driver and, of course, a karting sensation back in his day, Giorgio Pantano. And they are together working very hard indeed, with Sonny Smith putting his kart on the 2nd row of the grid in every single one of his heats. This time it's good enough for 4th position from the outside line. Israel's new hot talent, Ariel Elkin, lines up 5th position on the starting grid. And he's hoping to get his way up the ladder and doing a fantastic job of it. He lines up alongside championship contender Tuukka Tarpanen, the Finn, who took a fabulous victory earlier in the season in the final at Zuera. And he is now fighting in the title race. 2nd place in the title and 7 points behind championship leader Ugo Ugachukwu. Alfio Spina lines up 7th on the grid for this one, the Italian for the Tony Kart factory team. Alongside him is the young Czech Igor Sepil of Kart Republic Motorsport. 9th position is Alexei Yaleva, the ever-improving Finnish driver, in 9th position on the grid, the expert racing machine. And Hervelin Noladini is the leading wildcard in this particular heat, as he runs there in 10th position off the starting grid for the SFR Motorsport team. 11th place is the man who currently leads the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, Connor Zilic, who is there for the Ward Racing team. Lines up on the inside of the 6th row, the young man from North Carolina. And alongside him on the grid, it is Aaron Reshepi from Switzerland, who is there for the Kart Republic Motorsport factory effort. 13th on the grid, it's great to see Christian Ho back in action again, the Singaporean for the Sauber Karting team. Alongside him on the grid, it is Britain's Freddie Slater, the man who finished 2nd last time out at Sarno and has plenty of chances to fight his way back into contention. Nikola Solov, the Bulgarian, lines up 15th on the starting grid. Alongside him is Maxime Ferron Castellan of Luxembourg. So the drivers head out onto the circuit, and we can talk you through the grid in full. For qualifying heat, C versus D. Dion Gauda and Brando Badua are on the front row of the grid from Rafał Modernese and Sonny Smith. Ariel Elkin and Tuka Tarpanen from Alfio Spina and Igor Sepil. Alexei Aleva and Helena Nerdini from Conor Zilic and Evan Reshepi. Christian Ho and Freddie Slater from Nicolas Solov and Maxime Ferron-Castellen. Antonio Leiter and Augustin Bernier from Tom Breiken and Lucas Samalisto. Nasha Tunion and Marius Christiansen from Brent Cruz, Francisco Solavini and Alessandro Gusti in 25th. 9 more laps. The air temperature climbing already very rapidly to 18 degrees Celsius. That means the track temperature is going to be around 29-30 degrees Celsius at the moment, but it's only going to get higher as the drivers make their way round this fabulous circuit here at Pro Kart Raceland Wackersdorf. Shorter than the Zuera or Sarno racetracks we've had before, but gives us plenty of overtaking opportunities and lots of drama, especially with this being the Championship Showdown weekend. Gauda, Badua, Modernese, Smith, Elkin, Tarpanen, Spina, Sepil, Yeleva, Nerdini. Let's see if we get a clean start. No, we don't. False start on this occasion. So the repeater light comes on and the drivers will go around again for another formation lap. And that call made fairly straight. There you can see how it's done. The repeater light comes on, the yellow flashing light beside the red lights. That's how the drivers know that the start has not been completed correctly. And then obviously the lights on the starting gantry are then reset. Race director Nigel Edwards only extinguishes the lights when he is happy that the race start has been completed correctly. And of course the drivers are not allowed to leave their corridors down the straight. That's why you have the white lines on the starting straight, and that's to keep the drivers in their rows and in position. If they leave the corridor, they can get anywhere between a 3 and 10 second penalty depending on how severe it is that they've come out of their white lines. And it's at the discretion, of course, of the race officials and the race stewards. So the drivers have to make sure that they do things correctly. They've obviously gone around their formation lap, warming the tyres and brakes to their optimum temperature. They've got to be careful of that, though. They can't afford to let them overheat. So the drivers getting themselves into contention for a race start here at Wackersdorf. Are we going to get away this time? Yes, we do! Let's race! And it's a cracking start from Dion Gauda. Brando Badua not as fast as he would like. Modernese and Elkin are going to sweep through on the inside. Badua keeps his foot on the floor round the outside and tries to get all the way round on the hairpin. Is he going to take the lead? He's clattered into Gauda and Modernese's gone with him, and there's several drivers clattering into him. That is Christian Ho. Brando Badua, eyes wider than his stomach there. He tried desperately to keep it going, and it was not going to happen. Oh, you've got to feel for Brando Badua. He tried his best to keep the kart planted round the outside on the throttle, but he just banged wheels with Dion Gauda, race leader, and they've both drifted wide. Now, what does that mean for the race itself now? Because who is out in front? I think that is Sonny Smith, who is leading the race now for the Pantano team. Yes, it is. So Sonny Smith has got through it all, and he now leads the race. So Brando Badua, Christian Ho, and unbelievably, yet again, it's Augustin Bernier. He's had an absolute nightmare weekend, and it couldn't have got any worse than that, really. So now we've got Alfio Spina tucked in behind Ariel Elkin. What a battle this is for second position. But out in front, it is Sonny Smith who leads the way. That is an unbelievable opportunity for the young man from Great Britain. And the Pantano driver heads out in front. So through they come, and it's Sonny Smith ahead of Elkin, Spina and Yeleva. Tuka Tarpanen is in 5th position. So when is this move coming from Alfio Spina? I think he wants to work with Ariel Elkin to close up on Sonny Smith, who for the first time in his FIA karting career leads in a European Championship heat. And that is a brilliant result after his season. This is only his 3rd weekend in the championship, and Sonny Smith is now leading. Here comes the move from Alfio Spina. Dives on the inside of Ariel Elkin. Nice overtake for 2nd place. And Alexei Yeleva, the Finn, is closing in on them. Tarpanen is in 5th place. Dion Gauda has recovered. He's in 6th position. So he's there or thereabouts. But Eron Reshepi in 7th place. Herelin Neradini is 8th now. Oh, we've had a problem for Brent Cruz. Cruz has lost a big amount of places. The American down behind Ferron-Castellen, Gusti, Solov and Freddie Slater. So the American dropping some places there as Alfio Spina goes in search of a heat victory to close in on Sonny Smith. Smith checks over his right shoulder, knows now that he's got a Tony Kart right behind him. So he's got to try and work hard here. 3 laps completed and 6 laps to go. So Smith ahead of Spina, Elkin, Yeleva, Tarpanen, Gauda, Reshepi, Nerdini, Zilic, Sepil, and the Brazilian Antonio Leiter As Connor Zilic there holds on in front of Igor Sapil. The two drivers battling away for 9th position. Fernand Castellan is behind the Brazilian Antonio Leiter, who runs on a French license these days. But Sonny Smith still controls the pace of this race as he holds on from Alfio Spina. But how much longer can Spina stay patient in 2nd position? And he's got more pressure from Ariel Elkin in the VDK. So Spina needs to think very carefully here. Do I attack the Kart Republic chassis in front of me? Do I go after the Pantano of Sonny Smith? Or do I keep in 2nd place and hope I can get away and just make sure that Ariel Elkin doesn't get back through? 5 laps to go. And Tuka Tarpanen's battling away with Dion Gauda. Heron Rashepi's battling away with Heron and Neradini. And we got a nice little battle going on here between Alessandro Giusti and in behind him just in front of him, is Maxime Ferrand-Castellan. But what a drive back through the field again it is from Alessandro Giusti, starting from the back of the grid. Giusti has managed to fight his way forward, and a brilliant bit of effort there from the Frenchman. From the back of the grid, he's now in 13th place, so that's 12 places made up for Alessandro Giusti. 7 places made up from his teammate, the Brazilian Antonio Leiter, to be fair, as Elkin gets a good run here at Alfio Spina. He's got to think very carefully now, has Spina, about what he does, because he can't quite get on terms with Sonny Smith. He doesn't seem to quite have the raw 1-lap pace, but Elkin is going to work with Spina. He's already gesturing to the Italian. I'm going to work with you. I'm going to get you further towards Sonny Smith. You go after him, and then I can take advantage of both of you. That's his strategy. The Spina has caught right back up onto the toe of Sonny Smith. This is an important test for the British driver up front. He's never been in the lead of an FIA Karting European Championship heat before, and this is only his 3rd weekend. Warning flag goes out to the 234. That is Freddie Slater. So Freddie Slater's been given a warning flag. Couldn't see the incident, and certainly don't know the reason why he would have been, but we're going to get a big lunge up the inside from Dion Gauda. He gets the move then on Alexei Yeleva. Tuka Tarpanen having already got through. So Tarpanen passes, as does Dion Gauda. And so they battle away for 4th, 5th and 6th. But Tarpanen up into P4. It's a good opportunity for the Finn to get himself back up the order, because he's not had the best of heat processes. He's not had great results yesterday. And that's looking vulnerable in terms of losing potential 2nd in the Drivers' Championship to Arvid Lindblad. So he's got to keep focus. But the battle is going to be very tough indeed for these guys to win. Here is the battle for the lead once more. Smith, Spina and Elkin. 3 laps to go. Sonny Smith holding on in front of Alfio Spina and Ariel Elkin. Is there going to be a little bit of argy-bargy between these three? The desperation to get a decent position on the grid really starts to kick in these early morning heats. Spina's going for it in the final bend. Can he get through on the inside? Yes, it's a nice move from the Italian. And he takes the lead back from Sonny Smith, whose tenure at the lead of the race lasted a solid 6 laps. 2 laps to go, though. And there is Connor Zilic out of the race. Smith makes the lunge on the inside of Spina and gets through, as does Ariel Elkin. So now Elkin into 2nd position. An absolutely stunning opportunity now for Ariel Elkin. We've had some real history makers this year. Alex Powell of Jamaica getting a heat win in the Karting Academy Trophy earlier this season, the first Jamaican ever to do so. Yesterday, Rafael Modenese became the first Peruvian ever to win a heat, but Spina takes the chance away momentarily from Ariel Elkin to become the first Israeli to get a heat win. So this is going to be an interesting battle as they continue to charge forward. Ariel Elkin still working hard to try and get one over on Alfio Spina once again, but Sonny Smith is back in the lead with 1 lap to go. Can Sonny Smith maintain this and hold on to the pressure? Into turn 3, and so far the Pantano driver is keeping it nice and lit. This is going to be a tough task indeed for Sonny Smith, but he could well get the job done for the Pantano squad. Spina gets close, but a little bit too close at the wrong part of the circuit. That's going to back him into Ariel Elkin. But has he got one final trick up his sleeve to slice it up the inside? Smith knows he's going to be there. Spina tries, but Sonny Smith keeps the kart nice and well planted down to the hairpin. Smith keeps the kart planted there as Elkin tries to come around the outside. Here comes Tarpanen. Tarpanen trying to come through on the inside for 3rd position. They all go for it in the final hairpin, and they're going to be side by side. It's Sonny Smith. Smith gets it from Elkin. Brilliant racing. Sonny Smith holds on, and he takes his first heat win in the FIA Karting European Championships. What a finish. And Sonny Smith has done a terrific job. Absolutely stupendous racing at the front end of the junior heat there. 3 or 4 drivers all in the hunt for the victory. Dion Gowda, what a fight back from the Singaporean. He manages to salvage 4th place by crossing the line just fractionally ahead of Tuka Tarpanen. The gap between them all as they crossed the line, the 5 drivers, was a whisker over, a quarter of a second. Look at it. Sonny Smith, Ariel Elkin, Alfio Spina, Dion Gowda, and Tuka Tarpanen. Aaron Reshepi is 6th from Heralin Neradini. Alexei Yaleva, Igor Sepil, and Antonio Leiter from Nikola Tsolov and Alessandro Gusti in a brilliant 12th place from the back of the grid. Brent Cruz is ahead of Freddie Slater from Francisco Soldavini and Tom Braken. Marius Christiansen and Maxim Firon Castellan from Nasha Tunion, Lucas Samalisto and Rafael Modenese. Connor Zilic was a race retirement 3 laps from the end. And obviously Brando Badua, Christian Ho and the unfortunate Augustin Bernier were all out of the race on the very first lap. And there is the proof of the pudding for Connor Zilic. Rather unfortunate for the American as he now returns to the scene of his kart. Not exactly the way he wanted to end his qualifying heats. Hopefully he still has a decent place on the grid for the final. But it's definitely not good news for the man who currently leads the point standings in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. He just needs a clean weekend 4 weeks from now when he gets, 3 weeks from now when they head to Lonato for that season finale. That's the next weekend in our campaign. Let's have a look back over the highlights of a very tough heat. So right from the start, Brando Badua has decided he's going to be brave here. Watch this. He's come from the outside line. He's been boxed in. He's down to 4th. He holds it on the throttle around the outside of Elkin for 3rd. Now watch him as he keeps it planted. There's defending on the inside. So he goes right round the outside. It's a brave opportunity for Badua. And he actually keeps it round the outside. He keeps his foot in. But watch closely. He just bangs wheels with Gowda here as he rejoins the circuit. Pirouettes around. And Modenese has nowhere to go. Sonny Smith is able to get away with it. But unfortunately, 3 karts get clouted. Solov is lucky to keep going. Christian Ho's kart is pretty much destroyed at the right front. And Augustin Bernier got spat out of it all as well. But Brando Badua can't believe his luck at this point. Augustin Bernier probably wishes he'd stayed at home this weekend. He's had so much flotsam and jetsam. Modenese in the background there managing to rejoin. But he wouldn't remove him. He wouldn't move further up from 21st, which is the last man home in this particular heat. Brando Badua, you have to say, full credit for trying that audacious move around the outside. He had a good idea, but he just managed to drift into the path of Gowda as he rejoined, and they just banged wheels. Now here is the move from Spina on the inside of Ariel Elkin. That is for 2nd position. Now, they did work well together, these two, to close up on Sonny Smith. They gave it a really good go. This is about as close as they came. Sonny Smith and Ariel Elkin both managing to work back past Alfio Spina in the closing stages. This is on the penultimate lap, essentially. And Elkin is now just 1 place away at this stage from becoming the first Israeli to win a heat in the FIA Karting Championship paddock. But then this man comes in to spoil the party. Alfio Spina dives on the inside line. Behind them, catching them all the time, is championship contender Tuka Tarpanen as well. So they need to keep this nice and focused at this stage. But then we get this amazing final lap where Spina and Elkin are both charging hard. Now, Smith goes into the last lap and immediately checks over his shoulder. I think he senses that Spina and Elkin are going to be strong. He comes down into the hairpin. He does the right thing. He's not defending because he has a couple of kart lengths at this stage. But then he drifts slightly wide, and he knows that Spina is right behind him at this point. So now is the time to start defending from his point of view. He cuts it nice and tightly through turn 4. And drifts into the middle of the circuit for turn 5. That's well held by Smith. But this is so much of a pressure situation. And he gets a little love tap from Spina as they come off the turn. That backs Spina into Ariel Elkin. Just a little way, but they've still got plenty of speed. And if the tyres are starting to go off a little for Sonny Smith, then they're going to catch him again in a couple of apexes, which they do through the chicane. And even though Spina's a little bit loose, he's got a little bit more pace and a little bit more grip in the tyres. But watch Tarpanen and Gowda. They're going to close up on these two. So look, that's well placed from Smith. He's kept the kart in the middle of the circuit. Spina tries to get up the inside, but there's not enough space. And Smith again, now he's got to park it on the inside. He brakes early, and that gives Spina a little bit of a hesitation. Elkin's trying to come around the outside and get the switch back, but he's not considered Tarpanen. Tarpanen's tried to make the move on him instead. So Elkin has to move across to cover it. Tarpanen has to hang back. And Spina tries his best to cut into the inside of Smith, but Smith is not going to budge. Elkin's going to get a better run off the turn. And watch this, they're going to go 5 wide at the straight. And Gauda's even popped up on the inside of Tarpanen. And that's a quarter of a second, covering 5 karts at the finish. A great first win in the FIA karting for Smith.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So the drivers are getting themselves ready for the final qualifying heat in the junior category. And it's going to pitch the fastest 2 groups from Friday's qualifying sessions together, Groups A and B. Alex Powell on the front row of the grid, the Jamaican, alongside the young man from the United States of America, Hugo Ugachukwu. This has been a fascinating weekend. Not only has there been a European title battle, but for a lot of countries and a lot of territories around the world and around Europe, there's been a bit more of an open opportunity for drivers to finally leave their countries and come racing in the European Championship, which has given us a waft of new wildcards for this weekend from various different places around the world. And it's been great to get to know them and meet some of them. We got the opportunity on Friday afternoon to talk to some of the new faces that we're hoping are going to become regular staples of the FIA Karting Championships over the next 12 months or so. So we're going to have a hearing from 3 of them. Brent Cruz from the United States of America, Emma Felbermeyer from Austria, and from Great Britain, who is also in the grid for this one, Dan Ginchard.
Well, it's a lot different from the USA, a lot more power, more grip. It's tight, very technical, fast. It's a lot more power first and then a lot more grip too. It's a lot different. Try not to put my confidence too high and just do the best I can. Every session I go faster and faster.
I'm a bit nervous because I never drive so a big race, but I'm also happy. I like this track, this is my favorite one, and because I feel good here, I hope I come under the 40 one because this is my first one and I'm nervous for sure. I give my best and then we look to the result.
Yeah, the paces seem quite good, you know, we're just still learning the tyre, but, you know, I want to thank SFR Motorsport for giving me the opportunity to show what I can really do. Yeah, it's going to be a tall ask, but I'm hoping to come away with a good result, you know. I think the package is there, hopefully I can extract the maximum out of it. Oh, it's one of my favourite tracks in the whole of Europe. It's just so fun to drive, the chicane especially. It's just how the kart moves under you is amazing. I'm just going to see what happens, trying to get the best experience that I can. There are a few drivers that I've raced in the past years, but I'm just trying to do the best I can.
So we can talk until the cows come home about the drivers at the front end of the field, but obviously the new faces within the FIA karting paddock are just as important because they are the drivers that are going to continue their journey and their path up the ladder of motorsport. So it's very important to ensure that these drivers are made to feel welcome and that they have a permanent home here. And we hope that many of them that are here this weekend for the very first time will be able to continue their journey with us. Of course, it is a great education, and it is, as far as most racing drivers are concerned, the school of motorsport when you come up to this particular paddock. And there are so many world-class racing drivers who have gone on to the worlds of touring cars, Le Mans, sports car racing in various different disciplines, GTs and prototypes, and of course the likes of Indy racing, Formula One, Formula E even, and of course the world of tin tops and touring cars and rallycross, who have all come from the world of FIA karting over the last few decades. So it's a very important place to hone and develop that new craft of talent. Now this is an important heat, not only because it's the last one before the final for the junior drivers, but also it's quite a crucial one for the man on the front row of the grid. Hugo Ugachukwu, the American, lines up on the outside of the front row of the grid for the first time this weekend. Now, we've seen several drivers starting from the outside of the grid who've been able to get the jump on the pole sitter on the inside line. It's a tough skill to do, but it is doable, and it's definitely possible. So if Ugachukwu can manage that and get through turn 2, the flat-out right-hander in the lead of the race, he's got a great chance to basically put one hand on the championship title, because all he has to do essentially is stay in either first or second through this qualifying heat. And essentially, he is almost in position to completely take the title, because he obviously has to make sure that he doesn't do anything objectionable in the final. So he's got to keep it together and have a fairly sensible run. But from their point of view, the object for Ugachukwu is if he can get a top 3 finish in this first heat, essentially he seals the title. But it's not done until the end of the meeting. So you've got to make sure, obviously, that you keep your nose clean in the final as well. So it's a very important race, this one, for Ugachukwu. From the outside line, anything can happen on that front row of the grid. And certainly the man on pole position from Jamaica, Alex Powell, will never have been more determined than ever to get into that first corner in first position. He's been the fastest in time qualifying by a fraction of a second, and he had great chances to win races yesterday. It just once or twice got away from him, and of course we'll never know just how well he could have been in the heat when he started originally, or was due to start from pole position, but there was a mechanical problem with the kart, and he ended up finishing down at the back as he tried to fight his way through. A very professional attitude, but a missed opportunity you can't deny. And he'll be hoping that he has the ability to take the pressure of the 30 or so drivers, I should say, actually, let's round it out, 25 drivers behind him who will try and take this final race win away from him. Alex Powell and Ugo Ugachukwu then on the front row of the starting grid. Lots of interesting stories from these two on the front row of the grid. Martini Stenshorn, the Norwegian, very strong yesterday for the Rosberg Racing Academy. He lines up 3rd position on the inside of that second row. 4th position, what a turnaround for Aidan Neate, who is becoming one of the most ruthless and most efficient drivers in the FIA Karting Junior Championship now. He is absolutely astonishing behind the wheel. So smooth, so precise, and incredibly authoritarian out on the circuit. This is a man we need to watch, not just for the rest of this season, but also ahead of the World Championships at Portimao in November. He's a serial overtaker too, so he could be a threat right from the start. Maxim Rem in 5th position, twice a heat winner, his teammate in the Tony Kart factory operation, and with local knowledge too, he's definitely a big factor in this final heat, as is his teammate, their teammate I should say. Karol Pazovic, the Polish driver, lines up in his Tony Kart factory outfit, entrant in 6th position on the starting grid on the outside of the 3rd row. Then it is the Italian Christian Bertucca for the Birolart squad. He leads the way for the team in the junior category, and he is there in 7th position on the grid for this one on the inside of row 4. Beside him is the Swedish wildcard, that is Joel Bergström of the Forza Racing team, able to make his debut with the team this weekend at Wackersdorf. 9th on the grid, it is the highly rated Russian Alexander Gubenko, who has had some brilliant races over the course of this weekend and season. Not that he would be the first one to admit it. Josh Erfan in 10th position, the British driver on the outside of the 5th row for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team, completes the top 10. Two very impressive drivers indeed this weekend on the 6th row of the grid, and both of them wildcards. Shutazono, the Japanese, who's already starting to look like a potential outside threat for the World Championships if he stays with Energy Course by that point. He is an absolutely serial overtaker and has done some amazing performances in the heats yesterday. The young Japanese star into the top 5 more than once over the course of yesterday. Alongside him on the grid, it is the Austrian star Keanu Blum of the TB Racing team. He had a very entertaining day at the office yesterday. One exclusion counts against him, unfortunately, in terms of his points tally, but in all the other races, he's been absolutely superb, and his racecraft cannot be denied. 13th on the grid is Daniel Ginchard, the British driver, who lines up on the inside for his Tony Kart, which is backed by SFR Motorsport. New outfit for him. He's only been with the team a few weeks, and obviously one of the stars of the German scene, where he has spent most of his 2020 campaign. But now this is his first step of many in the world of FIA karting. Expect him to be a big threat in the 2021 season, where he is likely to step up to the senior category very early on. So maybe 1 or 2 junior meetings at the most if he's entering the World Championships in Portimao before he goes straight into the world of seniors. It's an exciting story. Alongside him on the grid is another fellow Brit, Marcus Luzio for the CV Performance team, and he is there on 14th position of the grid. A tough day at the office yesterday, but plenty of talent and great speed. We could see something special from him. Let's go through the grid in full as they head out onto the circuit. Alex Powell and Hugo Ugachukwu on the front row. From Martinius Stenshorn and Aidan Neat. Maxim Rem and Karol Pazovic. From Christian Bertucka and Joel Bergstrom. Alexander Kubenko and Josh Erfen from Shu Zono and Keanu Blum. Daniel Ginchard and Marcus Luzio from Chris Harnan and Emma Fittipaldi. Lucas Flusha and Jan Puchoy. Caden Probst and Oscar Wirtz. Julius Dinesen and Ivan Dominguez. Thomas Rakel and Nathan Schaap. And then August Turbo and Adam Kowalski complete the junior field. This is not going to be an easy race. There's no two ways about it. This is the last chance saloon for the drivers to get themselves into that 36 grid slot finale later this afternoon. And every single driver in the field believes that they deserve to be there. So now they only have 9 laps to prove it. Alex Powell in pole position, Hugo Ugachukwu in second, and then Stenshorn, Neat, Rem, Pazovic, Bertucka, Bergstrom, Gubenko, Erfen, DeZono, Blum, Ginchard, Luzio, Harnan and Fittipaldi from Flusha, Choi, Probst and Wirtz. Who's going to get the best start? We'll find out next time round, not this time round. Repeater light comes on and it's a false start. So they will come around again and do another formation lap at the request of race director Nigel Edwards, who will slow the field down again as they come through. So they will warm up the tyres and brakes once more. And the drivers are obviously already feeling the tension and feeling the pressure of the situation around them as the competitors are getting themselves dialed in again and ready for the start. Those 4 lights are on the starting gantry. It's only when they go out that the race gets underway. If not, the yellow repeater light displays beside it and the drivers know that they have had a false start and they will go round again. 10 kilometers of racing approximately, 1.19 kilometers distance of the circuit, 9 times. And then we will know the 36 drivers who will progress through to the final. It's now or never, win or lose, put up or shut up, and the drivers will battle absolutely beautifully for the victory. Powell, Ugachukwu, Stenshorn, Neat, Rem, Pazovic, Bertucka, Bergstrom, Gubenko, Erfen, DeZono, Blum, Ginchard and Luzio. Let's get off to a good start this time, please. We do! Great start from Powell. He's on the inside line. Ugachukwu trying to keep it round the outside, and there's a little bit of nudging as they come through. A couple of drivers going out wide. Ugachukwu down to third, and it's Aidan Neat that's come through into... No, sorry, that's Neat that's gone wide. It's Rem who's into second place. Aidan Neat has lost positions, and we've got 4 karts that have come together there on the far side, and that looks like Dominguez, Rakel, Kowalski, and I think August Turbo is in there as well. So 4 drivers unfortunately taken off. They are 4 of the last 5 in the rankings on the grid. But it's not going to go well there for Thomas Rakel, I'm afraid. And for the second heat over the course of the weekend, he has had to park his car at the 3rd corner on the circuit on the opening lap. So the field squalls its way at the end of the lap. The rest of the field going round fine. It's Powell from Rem, Ugachukwu in 3rd place. And then it's Bertucka from Stenshorn, Kubenko, DeZono, Pazovic, Neat, Ginchard and Flusha. What a start from Ginchard and Flusha. They have stormed their way to the outskirts of the top 10. Yellow flags are waving as DeZono runs in front of Pazovic and Neat. Up the inside goes Stenshorn. That's a nice move on the inside of Christian Bertucka for P4. And it looks like Pazovic has made the move on the Zono. A big mistake there from Kubenko as he kicks up the dust and falls off the back of Stenshorn and Bertucka. So now he's got to try and catch them up without losing too much ground to Pazovic, DeZono and Aidan Neat. With Dan Ginchard in 10th and Lucas Flusha in 11th from Erfen, Fittipaldi and Harnan. So the battle continues, but for the Jamaican up front, it's absolutely what he needed. A great start to push his way further forward. Hugo Ugachukwu is now going to battle with a local hero, Maxim Rem, who knows the circuit absolutely perfectly. Fastest lap of the race thus far comes from Karol Pazovic at the end of lap 2, but Ugachukwu needs to be careful here. He doesn't want to do anything silly. He's in 3rd position. He's got a good opportunity here to seal the title, and he wants to make sure he stays out of trouble. Stenshorn trying to catch him though. Teammates in the same awning. So Powell, Rem, Ugachukwu, Stenshorn, Bertucka, and then Gubenko in 6th place in front of Pazovic. Aidan Neat has got past the Japanese driver Shu Zono, and that's really helped his cause. Flusha and Erfen, the 2 teammates, are battling for 10th place as Ginchard runs in front of Fittipaldi. Ugachukwu to 2nd. He gets through past Maxim Rem. This is excellent for Ugachukwu. He needed this, and he's got back into P2, but he's already got pressure as Stenshorn tries and fails to get past Rem and loses out to Christian Bertucka in the process. So Ugachukwu is now defending from defending from Rem as Kubenko gets on the inside of Bertucka, and the Russian gets into P5. A nice overtaking move there from Kubenko as Pazovic and Neat now try and make their own bids to come through. Bertucka tries to get on the inside of Kubenko, doesn't make it happen as Aidan Neat sets the fastest lap, 49.321. So Powell leads the way. Ugachukwu is second. The gap is about half a second between them at the moment, and the American will want to chip away at the Jamaican out front. But Alex Powell could really do with getting a heat victory at this point. It would help him get a decent position on the starting grid. So Ugachukwu in second place from Rem. A little bit of a squabble there as Karol Pazovic tries to shake off Shudazono. Aidan Neat up to 7th place now, getting past his teammate. As Ugachukwu has pressure from Maxim Rem, who was so fast yesterday, don't forget. But this is the first time that Rem and Ugachukwu have met on the same racetrack. And it's a slight mistake from Ugachukwu. That's probably the first mistake he's made all weekend. Now he's having to defend. Stenshorn dices up the inside of Rem, and they cluster together. And there's now contact as several drivers nudge each other around the course. Well, DeZono's managed to get past Aidan Neat and all of that. And Pazovic has dropped in to 9th position. Kubenko now makes his big lunge on the inside of Stenshorn, who dives for Rem at the same breath. So they both get past the German, and now it's an absolute dogfight. Bertucka gets through on the inside of Kubenko. Through too as well comes the 487 of DeZono, who launches on the inside of Bertucka. Brilliant from the Japanese. I tell you what, Shudazono is looking like one of the best Japanese drivers in karting I've seen since Takuma Sato way back in the day. Absolutely amazing. And Shudazono's really getting on there. Powell is slowing. What's happened to Powell? Powell has dropped down the order again. Now Powell is suddenly slow. What's happened there to the Jamaican? He's suddenly gone from the lead of the race to 4th. Has he got a problem developing? I'm not sure what's happened to him, but he's now found himself down in 4th position and up the inside. DeZono clatters over the top of the Jamaican. Alex Powell and Shudazono have gone off together. What a disaster for both of them. And I was complimenting just how strong DeZono was driving there. I think he just got a little bit too eager on the inside of Alex Powell, but it's hampered both of them. And I think it could throw both of them out of the final. What a disaster. And now we've got the move on the inside. Oh, the two Tony Kart teammates have banged into each other. Pazovic clouts the side of Aidan Neat. And Pazovic is the one who gets away through into 6th position. Aidan Neat tumbles to 9th behind Irfan and Flusha. The two Ricky Flynn drivers are now suddenly a factor with 3 laps to go. As Joel Bergstrom sets the fastest lap of the race after his earlier incident. He and Marcus Lucio are way down the order trying to recover. But Ugachukwu suddenly leads the way again. So the American has got himself in the position. I'm not sure what happened to Alex Powell. The drop him down to 4th place in the 1st position. We don't actually know what happened, but it's heartbreak for the Jamaican. He had such a good chance there. But he'll be back, and he'll be back to race again in the World Championships at Portimao. Julius Dinesen has made the move on Keanu Blum, and Chris Harnon's got through Emo Fittipaldi on this lap as well, so good moves from them. Christian Bertucka sets the fastest lap as he sets off after Maxim Rem. But Martinius Stenshorn is in 2nd place in front of the German. We're watching them now. Maxim Rem still trying to get on terms with Martinius Stenshorn. But Hugo Ugachukwu is essentially about to put one hand on the title here. He's got to keep it clean in the final. It won't be official until the checkered flag falls in the final. But by winning this heat, Ugachukwu will go unbeaten, will claim pole position for the final, and that will give him a perfect score twice in the qualifying heats, and that is almost uncatchable. But he's got to keep it calm for this last lap. He's got a decent length of time ahead of Martinius Stenshorn. What a coming of age this season has been for the young American. Last year, he was tentative, he was quiet, he was shy, he was a little bit overeager on track at times, but he's toned it right down. He's calmed himself. He's been a lot more composed. He's got himself a lot smoother. He's opening up now as a driver a little bit more. The confidence is really starting to kick in. And now Yugo Ugachukwu is a name that nobody can forget. He comes out of the final turn and he has made the clean sweep of heats. And it means that he gets 10 points in the championship and pole position for the final. What a performance from the American. One race away from becoming the first American to win the FIA Karting European Junior Championship. One race away. What a result for Yugo Ugachukwu. Flawless, absolutely flawless since the first heat in Sarno, it has to be said. He was strong at Zuera, but he's been flawless ever since heat 1 of Sarno a few weeks ago. And the American just looks unbeatable at the moment. Brilliant. Ugachukwu takes win number 5 this weekend. Stenshorn in second from Maxim Rem in third. Christian Batuka is fourth from Karol Pazovic and Alex Gubenko. Josh Erfan and Lucas Flusha do a great job in the top 10 ahead of Aidan Neat and Dan Ginchard. Julius Dinesen is 11th ahead of Chris Harnan. In 13th is Keanu Blum from Jan Puchoy. Then Joel Bergstrom and Oscar Wirtz, Emma Fittipaldi, Nathan Schaap and Marcus Luzio are the finishers. Retirements for Alex Powell and Shooter Zono as they clatter together while battling for P4. And then the retirements on the opening lap were Ivan Dominguez, Thomas Rakel, August Thurbo, Adam Kowalski, and a DNS for the New Zealander, Caden Probst. Let's look back over the replays of the last junior heat this weekend and this season. So this was a difficult one to get right for Ugachukwu because Powell has made the perfect start here on the inside line. He's dived through, no problem at all. But Ugachukwu needs to keep sensible here. And you can see in the middle of the pack, Stenshorn's drifted wide into the path of Aidan Neat, who tucks out sideways and has lost himself a fair few places. Where does the incident start further back? Contact there on the way to the inside line at the hairpin. And I think that was Thomas Rakel tagging in with Adam Kowalski potentially. So obviously Rakel and Thurbo have had their moment. Ivan Dominguez has been spat out of it as a result. And there are the 4 karts involved. So all of them gone together. Kowalski, Thurbo, Rakel and Dominguez. So that's their races over, unfortunately. They never recovered from it. They could never really get the karts restarted from that position. It's a very slim chance once you've had an incident at that point of the course because you're trying to correct the kart. And this is the frustration for Thomas Rakel. He's trying to restart the kart while also going round a corner. He's got it up to a reasonable pace, but the kart slows down again as he hits on the throttle, and that's it. He knows it's over at that point. So it's all done and dusted. But the battle in the opening lap was a very strong one. Powell has got the perfect getaway in front of Rem and Ugachukwu. So it's just about keeping it straight and narrow. Now, unfortunately, in the highlights, we're not going to be able to see what happened to Alex Powell to cost him the lead of the race because he was in first place and then suddenly dropped to P4. At least I don't think we're going to be able to see it. But Maxim Rem in second in front of Ugachukwu and Patuka, Stenshorn and Gubenko. Brilliant start for those 6 up at the first part of the lap. But then things start to get interesting as Gubenko gets a little bit of pressure from Karol Pazovic. But the big move comes from Ugachukwu. Here he gets on the inside of Maxim Rem. And he passes the German. The German lets him go, hoping that he can get back on the switch. But Ugachukwu's placed his kart in exactly the right position there to ensure that Rem can't get back by. There's some really good racecraft too for the American. This is the thing. He's not just fast. He's also really good at placing the kart where he needs it to go. Now watch Stenshorn slicing up the inside there of Patuka. That drifts Patuka out wide. Gubenko's got a chance to come through. Stenshorn blocks, and that's the move all sorted. So a great bit of driving, but then Ugachukwu's got a chance here on... well, this is he's almost going to lose out here. Stenshorn decides he's going to commit to the move on the inside of Maxim Rem. He actually nudges the curb on the inside line there. That's how things get really started. He kicks the curb. Rem gets through on the inside line, and then everybody else is just cluttering around each other. And yet again, it's Aidan Neat that bears the brunt of it, just as it was in the first corner. Now here comes Gubenko to slice up the inside of Stenshorn. As Stenshorn goes for the move on Rem, he bails out just in the nick of time. So Stenshorn gets through and Gubenko gets through. Maxim Rem tries to get the switch back, but Gubenko's already started thinking about Stenshorn. They run side by side. Gubenko hesitates. Rem gets back on the inside line. Stenshorn's protecting the inside line like wildfire. Watch for Shudazono, the 5th kart in the train here. Patuka's going to get boxed in. He'll get his move on Gubenko. But watch Dozono. He's got a clear bit of racetrack, and he storms up the inside as Gubenko runs wide. Now here's Powell and Dozono. Powell's already dropped back to 4th place. We didn't see what happened. Powell's positioned his kart right in the middle of the circuit, but Dozono still thinks there's a gap. It's the smallest gap in history, but Powell's already turning in, and Dozono has nowhere to go but over the top of the rear wheel of Alex Powell's kart. They spin around, and that's it. Game over for both of them. Just a little bit of inexperience there, I think, from Shudazono, because he obviously had a gap, but it was a very small gap, and Alex Powell was obviously patrolling the middle of the circuit there to keep it together. And again, look, the two Tony karts clash, and for the 3rd time, it's Aidan Neat that bears the brunt of it. He's lucky, actually, to finish up in as high as 9th position after all of that. But this man, just absolutely sublime. There are superlatives for him, but we've used them all over the course of the season. He's just been so solid. And this is the thing. Last year, we weren't really sure what this kid could do. He had some moments, and he obviously ran in the top 5 over 1 lap, no problem. But we weren't sure whether this kid was going to mold into something spectacular or just be another 1-lap wonder. But this boy's so good now. And Hugo Igachukwu definitely looking like the dominant European champion. He also is looking very strong, of course, for the World Championship at Portimao in November, the way he's currently going. For some drivers, it just suddenly clicks. And at Sarno, it definitely clicked right from the word go. And the Sauber Junior has been absolutely stunning ever since then. So the American now grabs pole position for the final. And with that, of course, comes 10 championship points, which will increase his advantage over the rest of the field. He'll drop his lowest qualifying heat. So it's looking almost now impossible for anyone to beat him in the European Championship. The final later is going to be a great race for him.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
2 races remaining in the qualifying heats here at the FIA Karting European Championships as the drivers battle away for supremacy here for the European title. There is going to be a new European champion, whatever happens here this weekend. To continue a trend that's been going since the year 2000, there has been a different European champion in direct drive in the senior category ever since the year 2000. And the list of people who have managed to get the job done is quite extraordinary, it has to be said. Some of the greatest names in the sport's history have come through, but there are 3 drivers who are battling for the title here this weekend. Realistically, at least, there are 2 or 3 others who might be able to get it, but in all honesty, it seems like it's a head-to-head showdown between Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Taylor Barnard. They met in yesterday's final qualifying heat for the seniors, and it was one heck of a race. Now we've got another interesting battle ahead of us in the senior category, as the championship leader, Taylor Barnard, will go in the next heat after this one. But Kimi Antonelli will retake his position in pole for the start of this one. Over the course of the weekend, though, we've managed to catch up with the top 3 drivers in the FIA Karting European Championship for the seniors. So we will have a quick word with Taylor Barnard of Great Britain, Kimi Antonelli of Italy, and for Russia, Nikita Bedrin.
It's looking quite good at the moment. I just need to keep good, consistent results, and hopefully we can bring the championship home. It's very tense because it's very close all the time. You can follow quite close behind, so I think it'll be good racing. Honestly, I'm coming into this weekend just like a normal weekend, just trying to make maximum points, and if we can take the championship, that'll be a bonus.
It's still a long way until Sunday, but we're gonna work really hard for achieve
this goal. As always, we try to find the best way for the chassis. And yeah, it's a bit different because this track is a completely different. You don't have really long straight. In this track is also pretty small compared to GER and Sarno. The first thing that we do is trying to find the best way for the chassis, and then also the drive have to change their driving style. Yeah, it's gonna be very tough because Taylor is really fast, like always, and yeah, it's gonna be also fun as well, but I'll do the best. Yeah, compared to Sarno and GER, here the gap is closer, also between us and the other team, so it's gonna be a really tight challenge.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. We are third in the championship, so it's quite good. And this week we actually have a good speed, so it's very high expectations. Yeah, it's actually quite a good circuit. It's different driving style and different setups. It's difficult to finish higher in the championship because first two are quite high. But yeah, we still have to fight, and maybe we can do it.
We are about to crown the 21st different European champion in direct drive in the last 21 seasons. You've got to go a long way back to find drivers who have won it back-to-back. Only really in the KF1 days, which is slightly separate to the world of Intercontinental A and KF2 that really became the premier category eventually of direct drive karting in the FIA European Championships, where Marco Ardigo won it 3 years in the bounce, 2006 in the last year of Formula A, and then in KF1 for 2007 and 2008, where there have been multiple champions. But if you look at Intercontinental A through to KF2 and the OK classes over the last 20 years, there has been a different champion every single year in the European category. Jean-Philippe Guignet, Jonathan Tonon, Nicolas Risitano, Kevin Estre, James Calado, Nicola Nole, Will Stevens, Flavio Camponeschi, Jordan Chamberlain, Nikolai Moller-Madsen, Sami Luca, Ben Barnicoat, Max Verstappen, Callum Eilert, Benjamin Hanley, Pedro Hiltbrand, Sami Tufik, Hannes Janker, and the reigning European champion, Lorenzo Travasanuto. However, there will be a new European champion today, that is for sure. And it looks like it's going to be either Taylor Barnard or Kimi Antonelli. And the Italian is currently chasing that title lead that Taylor Barnard has of 7 points. Over the qualifying heats, it's looked pretty darn good. He has kept himself out of trouble on the whole. A brilliant performance yesterday. 2 wins and a second give him a great chance to keep it lit and keep it at the front in this 4th and final contest. All the Italian has to do is stay in the first 3 positions at the front end of the field. If he finishes in the top 3, he takes pole position. But not just that, he also takes the 10 championship points that go with it. And that's a big, big moment in this European Championship. It could switch the momentum from the Brit to the Italian. That's what is at stake in this final qualifying heat for the young man from Italy. Alongside him on the grid, it is the Swedish driver Norton Andreasen, who has been so superbly strong over the course of these last 2 or 3 weekends. The Swede has really sat up and gone for it to really try and take over the mantle of his countryman Dino Beganovic, who was the leader of the Ward Racing's Swedish effort last year. He's moved on to the world of the Ferrari Driver Academy. Norton Andreasen has more than taken up the mantle left by Beganovic. He has definitely claimed his rightful place at the front end of the OK Senior grid. In the 3rd position of the grid, it is Nicolas Bertolatti for the Pantano squad. They are making such a big progress in this 2020 season, and his teammate is alongside him, Juho Valtonen. The 2 Finns for the Pantano squad are together on row 2, and they are going to be ruthless in their attempts to get through. 5th position on the grid, it is the outgoing European champion in junior, Marcus Amond, for the VDK Racing team, who runs from 5th position on the starting grid on the inside of row 3. And Hannes Janker, the man who won the title 2 years ago in the OK category for the TB Racing team, the local hero, runs 6th on the starting grid on the outside of the 3rd row. Row 4 is going to be Finland's Rasmus Jutsimis for the CRG factory team. Great to see him charging his way forward through the field. And alongside him, another of the Pantano boys, the Italian Lorenzo Rosico, who's been so consistent and strong this weekend, and his 1-lap pace has really taken a massive leap forward. Jamie Day lines up 9th position on the starting grid. The young man from Dubai in the United Arab Emirates for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team lines up 9th on the grid on the inside of row 5. Beside him is the German star Vincent Andronaco, who lines up in P10. 11th on the starting grid, another German start, Arthur Toholm, who is here as one of the many wild cards in the field. He lines up 11th on the starting grid. Alongside him is the British driver, Oliver Gray, who is in P12. Maya Berg, the talented racer for the Richard Mille Talent Academy within the Birolart Ording, lines up 13th position on the grid, and she has the Italian star Michael Paparo alongside her in his Praga. Moritz Wiskirchen, the German, is in 15th place on the grid, and alongside him is the Austrian Charlie Wirtz. The full grid we can talk you through of 26 drivers as the competitors head out for their final heat of the 2020 European campaign. Kimi Antonelli on pole position then from Norton Andreasen, Nicolas Pirtolatti and Juho Valtonen on the second row. Marcus Amond and Hannes Janker from Rasmus Utsimis and Lorenzo Rosico. Jamie Day and Vincent Andronako from Arthur Toholm and Oliver Gray. Then it is Maya Werg and Michael Paparo from Moritz Wiskirchen and Charlie Wirtz. Pedro Perino and Nico Handke from Emil Tangard and Ricardinho Gracia. From Miron Pingazov, Ken Oscar Algra, Nicolas Baptiste, Emily Koivisto, Julia Ayub and Thomas Guedes. 26 drivers on the formation lap as they warm up the heat into the tyres and brakes to get them to the optimum temperature. And speaking of heat, the air temperature is now up to 18 degrees Celsius, still a bone dry track, but obviously it's a shorter track, so this formation lap needs to be absolutely perfect from the competitors if they're going to get off to a good start. Just 2 heats remaining in this European Championship season, but it does look as though we may get a false start here because the drivers are queuing up, or might have done it quite quickly actually. Let's have a look. Yes, they have. So we're away in racing, and Kimi Antonelli dives for the first corner. Pirtolatti's going to join him in the inside apex as Andreasen tries to squeeze Amond into that third position line. Goes Amond though, he takes the position. Nice overtaking move there from Marcus Amond into turn 3, and he pops in behind Pirtolatti. So Antonelli, Pirtolatti, Amond, Andreasen and Juho Valtonen run in the top 5. The only non-starter, Emil Tangard, the Dane. But everybody else continues on through, and there's been no incidents in the first sector. So they charge up towards the hairpin, and that's a little bit of defensive driving there from Nicolas Pirtolatti, knowing that Marcus Amond is going to be very strong very early. So Marcus Amond doing his best to try and come through on the inside line. But Pirtolatti gesturing to him. Come on, we need to go after the leader. Antonelli's pulling away. I'm not sure anybody's going to catch him in this one. Look at the gap he's pulled out on lap 1. It's a qualifying style lap he does on the opening tour. 49.3, half a second quicker than anybody. Here comes Amond on the inside, and Valtonen gets through on Andreasen in the same breath. So Amond up to second, Valtonen up to 4th. And Marcus Amond letting the kart slide through in the braking zone as the Frenchman gets his way to second position. Now can he catch Kimi Antonelli? He's got a good opportunity here. The man who claimed last year's European title in the junior category. Whoa, somebody's picked up the dust in the background. But it looks as though everybody's continued to make it around. We still have all the drivers running. So this is the move from Valtonen. Oh, his teammate chops across right at the last moment. Pirtolatti gestures to his teammate, come on, we need to go after this. And here comes Andreasen to try and get back through on the inside. Valtonen manages to keep him at bay. So Antonelli leads, Amond is second, he sets the fastest lap, Pirtolatti in third, from Valtonen, Andreasen, Jamie Day, Rasmus Utsimis, then it's Janker, Werg, Rosico, Toholm, Gray, Wiskirchen, Paparo and Andronako. Here comes Maya Werg, looking for an opportunistic move on Hannes Janker. The last time these two raced against each other on the same bit of racetrack was Sarno 3 weeks ago in the second round of the championship, and their final ended together, if you remember. So now they've got to keep it clean on this occasion. Valtonen all over the back of Pirtolatti. Amond is actually getting very close to Kimi Antonelli. He's really starting to get into him. He was 0.3 of a second faster than the Italian on the last tour. And Marcus Amond may have a chance here on Kimi Antonelli. They raced each other last season in the juniors, so they know each other's tricks of old. Antonelli was the vice-European champion last year, but Marcus Amond was the European champion last year as Valtonen makes the bid on Pirtolatti and gets through. A nice move there from Pirtolatti, but it is definitely Valtonen who manages to get the stronger hold into third place. So a good overtake from Valtonen, but these are the two drivers battling for the win. Sounds like 2019 in juniors, Antonelli versus Amond. And now Marcus Amond is closing up on his former rival in the juniors. This is the first time, really, that they've quested after the same bit of racetrack for a victory. Oh, and that's the other Pantano, that's Rosico. So Lorenzo Rosico is out of the race. What a shame for the Italian. And I don't think he's the only one involved. I think Arthur Toholm is involved as well. So both Rosico and Toholm have come together then or they've certainly exited the circuit at the same part of the track as Valtonen sets a new fastest lap. Here comes Jamie Day, getting his bid on the inside of Norton Andreasen. Andreasen resists! Oh, what a defensive move from the Swede! Normally that move is a cut and shut job, but Andreasen keeps it honest round the outside and will not let Jamie Day have it. That's a brilliant bit of defending from Andreasen. There's not many drivers that could keep Jamie Day at bay. But Antonelli is now starting to push on again. He needs to open up the taps and drop the hammer a bit more because Amond is catching him. And he has responded. So Marcus Simon needs to find something a little bit special now to close up on Antonelli again. The gap is only a quarter of a second as they come over the line once again. Antonelli and Amon very closely knit, but Valtonen is catching both of them as here comes Jamie Day again. This time he really needs to sort it out from Norton Andreasen. Can he throw it up the inside again? No, Andreasen a little bit more eager to hold the inside line by just an extra inch or two, and that's enough. Now Jamie Day's going to try again. This time he's nailed it. Lovely overtake. That's beautifully done, it has to be said, from Jamie Day. Up into 5th position he goes. So through the S's in the middle of the circuit. Valtonen sets the fastest lap, a 47.5, but also has the fastest first sector of anybody in the race. He's gone purple in sector 1. Amond has gone purple in sector 2. So the battle continues as they come up and over the crest and through the final corner. Antonelli in the lead, but Amond is now falling into the clutches of Juho Valtonen. Valtonen really starting to up the ante as they go through turn 2. Flat on the throttle, down to the braking zone. Both drivers in the fight for second looking very smooth as they get on the brakes and up into the hairpin at turn 5. Flirting with the white line on the exit there. You really are running the gauntlet as you try to kick up dust. You are so precise there on the exit. Antonelli, Amond and Valtonen. This is a tough one as Marcus Amond goes faster than anybody in the race so far in the first sector. He knows that if Valtonen gets him, he's toast as far as his victory chances in this final heat are concerned. So he's got to try and stay with Antonelli and make a move on the Italian to fend off the charge of Juho Valtonen. The Finn is such an incredible racing driver. There's no two ways about it. He is absolutely ruthless when he's got his mark. So Valtonen is one to watch out for in this one and in the final later too. As they come down to the hairpin, Amond still getting close to Antonelli. This is a bit of a worrying sign for the Italian. I was talking to him yesterday when he kicked up the dust and ran wide and gave a heat away to Rafael Chavez-Camara. He said, I genuinely hold my hand up. That was a genuine mistake. So he isn't flawless, Kimi Antonelli, and the pressure is getting to the title contenders, both Barnard and Antonelli. They're both a little bit exhausted after what has been a very tough season, but they know they've got a title fight still to go for. So this is going to be a really interesting final later, and I think it could come down to the last lap of the last race this season. It's not really clear whether Antonelli or Barnard is going to get the job done. It's a lot closer in the OK senior category for the European title than it is in the junior. So Kimi Antonelli in front of Marcus Amond and Juho Valtonen. Pertolatti, Day, Jutsemis, Andreasen, Janka, Gray and Meyer-Wurg in the top 10. There is the battle in the middle of the pack. This is a very fast starting Paparo trying to work his way up the order. No, sorry, that's his teammate. That's Ricardinho Gratia trying to get on terms with Andronaco and Baptiste. So they battle away. I think it was Ken Oscar Algra moving up and Thomas Guedes has got by as well. So some good overtaking moves in the middle of the field as well as there is in the front end. But Amond and Valtonen still keeping very close together in second and third. Rasmus Jutsemis going well. The CRG driver there in front of Andreasen and Janka now with Gray. Then we got Viskirchen. He's managed to get past Meyer-Wurg. So Viskirchen there is the man in behind. And here's Norton Andreasen making his bid on the inside of Rasmus Jutsemis, and he gets back through. So the Swede is past the Finn as Valtonen gets another new fastest lap in, a 47.377 now, faster than both the drivers in front. So this is tightening up with 4 laps to go. And who's going to make the move first? Amond or Valtonen? Second and third, very close together. You do get the sense that maybe it's going to be Valtonen. He's not going to wait around forever behind Marcus Amond, especially if Antonelli is starting to get away a little. But they know that Antonelli's feeling the pressure. They know that he's feeling the heat there a little bit. As Jamie Day manages to get through on the inside of Hannes Janka. Oh, sorry, that's Oliver Gray getting through. I do apologise. In the sister Leclerc by Lennox racing machine. So Oliver Gray gets through. Ahead of Hannes Janka. Behind them is his teammate Moritz Viskirchen. So Janka and Viskirchen for the TV kart racing team in the all-black machines with the German colours of the rest of the flag. Very splendid on the karts. But they also have the TV kart machines of their teammates Joel Mesh and Ben Dorr to come later in their McLaren Papaya Orange. So Marcus Amond runs in front of Juho Valtonen with 2.5 laps to go. Not even that as they come up towards the final corner on the lap. And Valtonen really starts to think about this move on Marcus Amond, but it's high risk when you've got a final coming up. Will he go for it with 2 laps to go? And has Antonelli done enough here to hold on to the heat victory, which will give him the 10 points he needs to take one step closer to become a European champion? It's very tight, it's very tense, but it's incredibly close. And still the battle reigns. Taylor Barnard has had 2 winning performances in the qualifying heats with pole positions each time as Miron Pingasov picks up a warning flag in this one. Antonelli would drop 6 points if he manages to win the qualifying heats here and grab pole position for the final. He would drop Sarno, where he finished 5th in the qualifying heats, and he would drop the 6 points that come with it. Taylor Barnard would, I guess, drop whatever score he gets today. So it's going to be mighty, mighty close. But essentially, Kimi Antonelli is going to increase his bid on Taylor Barnard to the tune of 4 points. So it's going to come down to whoever beats the other, essentially, in the final. And it's going to be so, so close. If it ties, then it will go the way of Kimi Antonelli. But it's so tight on this final lap to know who's going to have the better advantage in the race final later on today. But this man has done everything he can. So Kimi Antonelli comes through the final few corners of the lap. He has held it nicely. He has pushed when he needed to. He has gapped when it's needed. So Kimi Antonelli is going to hold on here in front of Marcus Amond and Juho Valtonen. They come through at the end of a fairly humdrum heat, but that's not bad news for Antonelli at all. He comes through and takes the victory in his last heat, and that will book Kimi Antonelli in pole position for the most important race of his life so far, the European Championship final in the senior category. The Italian so close now to joining some of the greats of the sport who have become direct drive European champion. The likes of Barnicoat, Verstappen, Campaneschi, Stevens, Chamberlain, Eilert, Hanley, Hiltbrand, Janka, Tufik and Travis Anuto. Could Kimi Antonelli be next, or will it be his main rival Taylor Barnard? We're one race away from the finals, and that's a perfect drive from Kimi Antonelli. He wins the final heat of his weekend from Marcus Amond and Juho Valtonen. Nicholas Pertolatti ahead of Jamie Day and Rasmus Utsimis, then Norton Andreasen, Oliver Gray, Hannes Janka and Moritz Viskirchen. Then Miron Pingasov ahead of Meyer Werg in the outer skirts of the top 10. Then it is Charlie Wirtz ahead of Vincent Andronaco and Pedro Perino, Nico Hanka and Michael Paparo. From Nicolas Baptiste and Ken Oscar Algra, then Emilio Coivisto and Ricardinho Gracia, Thomas Guedes and Julia Ayub. The retirement comes from Lorenzo Rosico and Arthur Tohom, who retired at the same point on the circuit. And the Danish driver Emil Tangard was unable to take the restart after the damage to his chassis in one of yesterday's heats. So let's talk you through one of the most significant race heats of the weekend, the one that books Kimi Antonelli into pole position. Let's go back over the replays. Right from the start, Kimi Antonelli had pressure from Norton Andreasen, but he held on to it nicely as they came through the first turn. Pertolatti making a window of opportunity for him to come through on the inside line too. Andreasen doing well to hang on in front of Amond, but just watch the Frenchman. He knows that there's a good chance here, but he's going to make the move happen as they come through the hairpin. As Andreasen drifts wide, Amond gets on the inside. Utsimis gets a pretty good start there as well, but Valtonen is able to hold on to it by driving round the outside. And then you've got Jamie Day lining up behind Rasmus Utsimis in the CRG, but it's a perfect start for Antonelli. A pretty good one as well from Marcus Amond, it has to be said as well. So a really good effort from the competitors as they continue to drive through on this first lap. And Kimi Antonelli already starting to build a very solid race lead in this particular heat. He's got a decent advantage already by this point, and he manages to lap the first tour half a second quicker than anybody else, which is absolutely astonishing from the opening lap. Doesn't sound like much, but in karting, half a second is night and day. It really is a big deal when you're racing in a championship where you're competing for thousandths of a second advantage in time qualifying. Half a second is gargantuan by comparison. So Antonelli really asserting himself at the front of the field early on. Amond is very clear-cut. He wants to have this race into second place nice and early on, and he's got Bertolatti in front of him. But Amond is not going to wait around any longer than is necessary to go for that position. So Amond doesn't wait around here on Nicolas Bertolatti at the first port of call, which is at the end of this first lap. He made the move into second place on the run up to the hairpin. Here it comes. And at the same time, Valtonen skating into the braking zone to get up the inside of Andreasen, and behind as well. Jamie Day got the move on the inside of Rasmus Jutsemis. This is about as close as Amond would ever get to closing up and passing Antonelli, but the Italian was well prepared for him. Valtonen, though, getting a move on his teammate Bertolatti, and their colleague Lorenzo Rosico sadly out of the race after an incident that may or may not have involved Arthur Toholm. But certainly a lot of damage taken to Rosico's kart as he is wheeled away by the marshals at the side of the road. That was pretty risky from Jamie Day, but Norton Andreasen dragging him around the outside to defend. That's a very brave manoeuvre from the Swede, and certainly incredibly well executed. A lap later, Jamie Day realised, well, I can't get him into turn 3. I'll get him into turn 5 instead. And he made the move stick. Nicely done there. And then it's pretty much about Andreasen trying to assert himself back in the rest of the train of thought as he dives on the inside of Rasmus Jutsemis, gets through, nicely done, and a very nicely handled race. But Jutsemis is not about to play second fiddle. He gets back on terms with the Swedish driver. It's really good to see Rasmus Jutsemis really starting to come back to the fore here, really. But this man has just been flawless all weekend, really. He only made one real error, and that was in yesterday's final heat that he drove. It was a slight error in judgment on the brakes. He ran a little bit wide and allowed Rafael Chavez Camara to take the lead of the heat, but it doesn't stop him from being in pole position for this final coming up later, because he's had 3 wins and a second now, and he's going to take the 10 points for the championship fight that go with it as well, provided that the results are all confirmed officially and play out in his favour, and it takes him one step closer to becoming a European champion. And wouldn't that be an amazing return for his efforts in 2020? Kimi Antonelli just one crucial race away from his final as he watches the OK drivers battle one last time around the circuit. But he has definitely put himself in a great position.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
There is one more race to take part in for the OK drivers before the European Championship final. And it's been quite an exciting day of action already here on this Sunday morning for the third and final weekend of the FIA Karting European Championships in the OK and Juniors for the 2020 season. But obviously there is now one race to go before we get ourselves ready for the finals later on this afternoon, which will crown us 2 new European champions. But one of the talking points of this weekend and ahead of the World Championships in Portimao in November is the new appointment within the European Championship field for the senior competitors. And of course, the outgoing European champion, Lorenzo Travazanuto, has moved himself across to a new stable for the 2020 season. Midway through, he started the year at Tony Kart, of course. He is now at the Parolin Racing team. Earlier in the weekend, we caught up with team manager Marco Parolin and, of course, the man himself.
It's a very different condition to the first 2 rounds of the European Championship. Both the track layout and the atmosphere are different to what we were using in the previous events, so we will have to adapt our equipment to it. And obviously it's also a good occasion to start testing some new stuff and bring on the development for the most important date of the year, which is the World Championship in Portimao. For sure, Lorenzo has a great experience and will add some value to our project. Last minute call, so we haven't had enough time to prepare this event, so we will start with him working on the main focus of the season, which is the World Championship. But we're all very excited of this project. We've known with Lorenzo from many years, so there's a good chemistry between us. So we're looking forward to do some good things together. You know, every driver has his own situation and story, so James proved to be very fast and competitive, and now we will make sure that Lorenzo will also be able to compete for good levels. It's not the easiest of the rounds for us, but we keep working hard and try to get the best out of our package.
It's been a tough season for me, so on, and so I had a change to try to find new feelings, try to come back, and so I wanted to try a new change to find some new stimulus and stuff to push on. Well, you know, as I said, I was struggling quite a bit, and so we had very different views of working and what to do to try to get better. And I understand absolutely their philosophy and they understand mine, and so it was just different point of views, and we decided together accordingly to split ways. So nothing big. That's the way that goes. Well, I know Parolin, all the family and all the guys from the team from a long time. I know them very well, and they were really keen to work and try to build up something together. And so we both decided to take this challenge, and I was happy to join them. Well, I think it's more or less a business between Antonelli and Barnard at the moment, and as I did also in 2018 when I was out of the championship, I don't really want to get involved in the fight, and I just want to do my race and try to improve as much as possible.
So it's definitely going to be a fascinating story as we head for the World Championships in Portimao in November. But of course, there is a European title to win this time today. So it's obviously going to be an interesting one. We've seen Kimi Antonelli, the man chasing the lead of the title. Now we get to see the championship leader, Taylor Barnard, go to battle on the grid for this one as he goes from the outside of row 3. But there are 5 drivers in front of him who are going to make it very difficult for the British driver to get himself back into contention. Lorenzo Patrese lines up in pole position. What a difference 3 weeks makes. Patrese's been so fast here at Wackersdorf, and it's really good to see him take command of his faculties here and really start to make massive, genuine progress for the Kart Republic factory team. He's done such a good job this weekend. And he lines up alongside his countryman, Luigi Coluccio, for the Cosmic Racing Department. 2 fast Italians at the front of the field, just like their countryman Kimi Antonelli. But Coluccio really has a chance not just to get himself out to the front end of the field here, he could even win the whole thing. He and Kimi Antonelli have been very close in terms of one-lap pace. And Coluccio's had good speed and good rhythm over the course of this weekend. He could even end up on the front row of the grid for the final, depending on how this heat plays out. Nikita Bedrin, outside bet for the title. He's still there or thereabouts, but he obviously needs a couple of interesting things to happen for a title to come his way. But the Russian is not thinking about that at the moment. He just wants to win, and he's got a great chance to do that if he keeps on pushing his way through the field. The ever-impressive Brazilian in 4th position, Rafael Chaves Camara, lines up in 4th position for the Forza Racing team. And what an incredible young star this guy is. You just run out of things to compliment him on. He's got such incredible speed and amazing dexterity behind the wheel. He pulls off moves that other drivers wouldn't dare to attempt, and he manages to make them stick. He's definitely one of the rawest talents within this field. 5th position on the grid, the highest placed of the wildcards through the weekend, Luca Griggs of the SFR Motorsport team. Knows this circuit as if it was his back garden these days, and one of the star drivers in the German karting scene. Well, he and his team, SFR Motorsport, have waded into the world of FIA karting in the European Championships, and Griggs has been strong from the get-go and is unlikely to ease up. Taylor Barnard lines up 6th position on the starting grid on the outside of the 3rd row, but we know how fast he can be. He was the fastest driver of all through the qualifying in both the first 2 rounds. It's been a tough season for him, and certainly here at Wackersdorf, he's got a big fight ahead of him. But if anyone's going to bounce back, it's going to be Taylor Barnard. He needs a good result in this one to maximize a decent qualifying position for the final. 7th on the grid, it is the Danish driver Noah Denbol, who lines up on the inside of the 4th row. Another driver who's come straight into this FIA karting OK campaign full of promise, full of speed, and incredible strength. And this kid is definitely getting better all the time. We haven't even seen the best of his potential, and it's going to get amazing once he's unlocked it. 8th on the grid, the Hungarian star Levente Reves, another driver who's got plenty of speed and raw commitment behind the wheel of his Kart Republic. 9th on the grid and 10th on the grid, it is an all-Dutch row 5 as Delano van Toff for the Forza Racing team lines up on the inside, and on the outside it is Laurens van Hopen for Leclerc by Lennox Racing. The drivers will head out onto the circuit for this last heat of the weekend, and then we will know the fate of the 36 drivers getting into the race final here at Wackersdorf. So let's talk you through the grid in full. Lorenzo Patrese and Luigi Coluccio on the front row. Nikita Bedrin and Rafael Chavez-Camara on the second. Luca Griggs and Taylor Barnard. Noah Denbol and Levan Brevesh. Delano van Toff and Laurens van Hopen from Matthias Salonen and Ben Dorr. Then Callum Bradshaw and Harry Thompson from Leandro Andaruti and Giuliano Holtzem. Sandro Holtzem and Lorenzo Travasanuto. Maximus Meyer and Sebastian Gravlund from Samba Lota and Darapongpang Satemnu. Cecilia Hedqvist, Jacob Bergmeister, Alexander Hartwig and Luis Kulka. 26 drivers, 13 laps. That's the equivalent of about 15 kilometers of racing. And then we will know the 36 drivers that will progress through to the final of the European Championships here at Wackersdorf, the third and final weekend of the competition. And boy, oh boy, is it going to be an interesting final with the best drivers in this competition able to fight their way through for a decent result. This could be ever so close. So Patrese, Coluccio, Bedrin, Chavez-Camara, Griggs, Barnard, Denbol, Reves, Van Toff, Van Hopen, Salonen, Dorr, Bradshaw, Thompson, Andaruti, Holtzem and Travasanuto. It's a false start. Drivers out of position for this one. So they need to get themselves a little bit further on. But a really exciting battle for the competitors coming up. An extra formation lap comes through. So Patrese will get another chance of it. This is not the first time this weekend that Patrese leading the field around for a formation lap has triggered another one. So it's definitely a fascinating situation for the competitors out there on the circuit, but there is a difficult situation to come for the drivers in these 13 laps. The air temperature is climbing all the time. It's a little bit cooler than it was yesterday, in all fairness, but that still means that it's going to be a very tough battle. So the competitors will race for supremacy here as the battle continues, but it will be a tough fight, and everyone knows what to expect of the competitors in this one. So now the drivers will quest for glory in this last qualifying heat. 13 laps on the board, and it's Lorenzo Patrese from Luigi Coluccio, Bedrin, Chavez-Camara, Griggs, and title leader Taylor Barnard in P6. What can they do? We are about to find out. In the last heat of the weekend, the last heat of the season, we're racing! Patrese chops across on Coluccio, who wobbles on the way through, and up the inside. Oh, contact between Patrese and that's Bedrin. Bedrin and Patrese. Patrese goes into the barrier. Lorenzo Patrese for pole position. Riccardo Patrese can't believe it. What a disaster as Lorenzo Patrese clatters through the tyre barrier at turn 1. And there's a chance that we may go full course yellows because the barrier has been displaced. But up the inside for second place, for third comes Coluccio as he tries to recover. Luca Griggs tries to make his move on the inside of Van Toff, but has to then go defensive as Lorenzo Patrese walks away. What a disaster for the Italian. A weekend that could have had so much promise is now going to be a very difficult one to explain. What a shame. Through the first corner then, it's Barnard who has picked up the lead through all of that. Would you believe it? Taylor Barnard has come through from P6 on the grid to take the lead. Denbol in second, third is Coluccio, and Chavez-Camara in fourth. If Taylor Barnard could have used a miracle right now, I don't know what he prayed to get it, but he needs to absolutely confirm that belief because he is absolutely on it out in front. The god of racing smiled on Taylor Barnard on that particular occasion, but up the inside comes Denbol, and Denbol gets through. So a nice move there to take the lead. Barnard's coming straight back at him in the final hairpin. They're side by side, and Coluccio sweeps through into second place. Barnard has the lead, and he's not going to give it up. Chavez Kamara tries to drift through on the inside of Denbol. Now here comes Coluccio, and also through on the inside is Denbol. Barnard has to drift out wide to third. And now here comes Kamara. Chavez Kamara gets on the inside. He gets into third position. It's all gone wrong for Barnard again, as Van Hopen gets through on the inside of Griggs to take fifth position. But Coluccio now leads. Denbol second, third Chavez Kamara, and fourth Taylor Barnard. Barnard could really have used the victory there, so no wonder he was desperately trying to keep Denbol at bay. But Coluccio has now retaken the lead here at Wackersdorf. Denbol in second, third is Chavez Kamara, fourth place is Lawrence Van Hopen, and then sixth place is Luca Griggs. So across the line once again come Coluccio, Denbol and Chavez Kamara. Barnard, then it is Van Hopen, Griggs, Dorr, and that's Anderuti in eighth place. Great start from him, up 7 places. Nobody's made up as much progress as that in this one. And Coluccio sets the fastest lap of the race out in front. Behind this lot, it is Revej in 9th. Bradshaw and Thompson have worked their way up to 10th and 11th in unison. And then we've got Van Toff in 12th from Salonen, the Holtzems, Max Meyer. Bedrin is down to 17th. Is up the inside comes Chavez Kamara. So he comes through. Nikita Bedrin down to 17th after his involvement in the clatter with Lorenzo Patrese. And out in 18th place is Travis Anuto. So he hasn't even moved up from his 18th position spot on the grid yet. But a fascinating battle this at the front end of the field, as Luca Griggs is now getting on terms with Lawrence Van Hopen, the leading wild card in the field, Luca Griggs. And he has a really good opportunity here to get a move on the inside of Lawrence Van Hopen. Can he dive it on the inside line? He's going for it, and he gets it done. Nice move from Griggs. Van Hopen tries to get him on the switchback, but Griggs has the door well and firmly shut. So Griggs gets a very nice move, finished up in style there. So a lovely bit of racecraft as the battle continues on its way. But Coluccio out in front. Chavez Kamara in second place from Denbol in third and Taylor Barnard in fourth. Then it is Griggs in front of Van Hopen, Dorr, Anderuti, Revej and Callum Bradshaw, with Harry Thompson 1 place outside the top 10. 5 laps done, 8 laps to go. Fastest lap of the race, Taylor Barnard. So Coluccio going well in front of Chavez Kamara. These two very evenly matched indeed in this field in the 2020 season. And both incredibly rapid when they get an opportunity. There's not many people who can beat Coluccio and Chavez Kamara in their current form. Denbol in third is lined up to do it. Barnard in fourth place has just set the fastest lap of the race in order to try and close in on the leading trio. But this is not an easy field now. Bedrin is carving his way through the field. He's got up to 15th place. Travis Anuto's got up to 17th. As we watch Maximus Meyer there battling away. Did he just get back past him? He tried to, certainly. As the field sweeps through. Coluccio's mechanic working hard with him there as they go through the first corner. Just gesturing to him, you've just got to keep it going. Keep pushing, keep pushing. Chavez Kamara in second. Denbol in third. Barnard in fourth position. It's good, but it's not where he wanted to be. He wanted to be in the victory because, of course, in one of the heats yesterday, Taylor Barnard not only had a very difficult day at the office in terms of getting top 5 results, but he also took a front fairing penalty in the latter heat yesterday, and that 5 seconds dropped him down the order, so he's really going to struggle to get a competitive position on the starting grid. And when he's struggling for pure pace anyway, that's not going to help either, as Anderuti is now tucked up behind Ben Dorr. A good run from the Praga driver. So Leandro Anderuti, the Swiss driver, trying to get on terms with him. As they come down the straight, Barnard is looking a little bit closer into Noah Denbol. He gets another reasonable lap. Fastest lap of the race, though, this time goes to the race leader, Coluccio, who's trying to get away from Rafael Chavez Kamara. So Coluccio bangs in the fastest lap. Whereas Chavez Kamara is still right there in second. Third, Denbol. Fourth, Barnard, the British driver who leads the championship at this point. Very much in danger of losing ground at this particular point in the championship fight, because obviously fourth position isn't going to be quite where he wanted to be. Griggs and Van Hopen battling away for P5 now. There is Luca Griggs and there is Lawrence Van Hopen. The Tony Kart of the SFR Motorsport team with the Leclerc chassis of the Leclerc Bilenix Racing team as part of the Birla awning. And there is Anderuti. Anderuti's got past Ben Dorr, so Ben Dorr with the McLaren colours aboard his TV car, now in 8th position. And in 9th place, that's Levi Revej, the Hungarian, in front of Thompson and Bradshaw. So Thompson's got through past Callum Bradshaw. And the CV performance of Matthias Salonen has got into 12th place ahead of Vanthoff, Holtzem, that's Giuliano by the way. Nikita Bedrin now into 15th place ahead of Sandro Holtzem, Lorenzo Travasanuto and Alexander Hartvig. From Meyer, Satumnu, Gravlund, Bergmeister, Balota, Kulka and Hedqvist. The one retirement from the race is Lorenzo Patrese. And the Marshals managed to get the barriers put back into position pretty quickly, which is why we didn't go to full course yellows. So up the inside, Matthias Salonen trying to come through and make up a place or two out of the final turn. 4 laps to go in this final heat of the weekend and final heat of the season, as Barnard still trying to get close to Denbol, and Van Hopen still hasn't given up on Luca Griggs for 5th position in this heat either. They get down to the braking zone for turn 5, and Griggs is just a little bit too far away. So Van Hopen needs to keep the faith up, he needs to keep pushing. But the SFR going well in 5th position in the hands of Luca Griggs on the Tony Kart chassis. So they come through at the end of the lap once again, and there'll be 3 laps to go at the end of this one. 3 laps to determine the fate of the grid for the 36 drivers remaining in the OK Senior category once the checkered flag falls of the original list of competitors that started. But this is going to be a very exciting run. There is Coluccio, who runs out in front. And what a performance it is from the Italian. There's Rafael Chaves-Camara in 2nd place, the Brazilian for Forza Racing. There he is. But Coluccio is getting fastest lap up the fastest lap up the fastest lap now. He looks very good for a front row starting position. Coluccio just needs to keep this together essentially, and the Italian could join his countryman on the front row. And it's been a really good weekend for Coluccio as well. He left the Birolart fold at the end of last year, and a few drivers were wondering, oh, we've had an incident. That's Travasanuto. Lorenzo Travasanuto's clattered in with Alex Hartvig. So Hartvig gets going. Travasanuto does not. Oh, what a shame. Well, the world champion is out of it, and the outgoing European champion looks like he's not going to progress through to the final. That's a big shock. But it's the same scenario that we saw in Tuera, as Travasanuto's 2020 season tumbles about his ears in the European campaign, and the reigning European champion will not even defend his title in the final. So Coluccio in front of Chaves-Camara, Denbol in 3rd and Barnard in 4th position. And it looks as though that's the way it's going to stay to the checkered flag after a very spirited drive. So an absolutely astonishing performance from the competitors out there as Coluccio leads Chaves-Camara, Denbol and Barnard. But boy, are we in for a fascinating final now that Coluccio looks set to go onto the front row of the starting grid. The competitors come through onto the final lap. What can Barnard drag out of this final lap? Can he get on terms with Noah Denbol as Callum Bradshaw gets into the position ahead of Ben Dorr? But Barnard is trying desperately. If he can take another place away, that's 1 less point he'll score, because you score points based on where you finish and get the same number of points as your finishing position, with the exception of the race winner, who takes 0 points as a score. 2nd gets 2, 3rd gets 3, 4th gets 4, and it's like a golf scorecard essentially. Whoever has the least amount of points comes through at the front of the grid in the qualifying heats. But Coluccio will get some big championship points on the board, not just a decent starting position in the final. Out of the final turn, Coluccio is going to beat Chaves-Camara to the flag. What a day for Luigi Coluccio. He wins in the final heat of the season. And a great job from the Italian. Chaves-Camara drives beautifully in 2nd place as well. The Brazilian can be happy with that. And in 3rd place, it is the Danish star, Noah Denbol. Taylor Barnard has to settle for 4th position. The championship leaders' stranglehold on the European Championship is looking a bit edgy now into the final of the European Championship. What if he can snatch it at the death, Kimi Antonelli, in this afternoon's final? We will find out who joins the rank list of incredible drivers to become European karting champion. Luigi Coluccio wins the final heat of the day, though, from Rafael Chaves-Camara and Noah Denbol. Taylor Barnard ahead of Luca Griggs, Lawrence Van Hopen and Leandro Andaruti. Callum Bradshaw is 8th in front of Ben Dorr and Harry Thompson. Dilano Vanthoff is ahead of Nikita Bedrin, who fights back to 12th. Matthias Salonen and Giuliano Holtzem from Levi Revej and Sandro Holtzem. Maximus Meyer is 17th ahead of Sebastian Gravlund from Sambalota, Jacob Bergmeister, Danapongpang Satumnu and Luis Kulka ahead of Cecilia Hedqvist and Alexander Hartvig. The 2 retirements, Lorenzo Travasanuto 3 laps from home, and Lorenzo Patrese at turn 2 on lap 1. Very dramatic stuff in the final qualifying heat. Let's look back over the replays that made that heat the victorious one for Luigi Coluccio. So here's the start. Here's how it all happens. Patrese comes across, and that looks to me, Bedrin's coming through on the inside, and they both just go. Bedrin loses the back end of the kart there. He drifts into the side of Patrese's kart, and Patrese has nowhere to go. Loses the kart completely. You're at full throttle at that point, and the back end steps out. Bedrin recovers. Patrese cannot, and the Italian out of the race. Nothing malicious about that at all from Bedrin. The back end just stepped out a little bit, and he snags the rear wheel, the right rear of Patrese's kart. And at that angle, it's enough to pitch Bedrin up over the top of Lorenzo Patrese. He spins out, and his father, the Formula One driver from 1978 to 1993, the last, one of the very first Formula One teammates of Michael Schumacher, Riccardo Patrese, unfortunately has to walk away as his son clatters out of the kart. Nothing he did wrong there at all, Lorenzo Patrese. Just a victim of circumstance in the first corner. And that's a disastrous end to his weekend. What a shame for Lorenzo Patrese. He did such a good job yesterday. But unfortunately, he's going to have to wait now for the World Championship to take glory. Now, here's Coluccio getting back on terms at the start. By this point, Taylor Barnard has managed to recover through all of this and get the lead off Denbol. Coluccio and Chavez Camara get their moves on the inside of Luca Griggs around lap 1. But Barnard managed to get a nice little bit of fortune to swing his way in that one. As he dived up the inside, you can just feel and sense the dejection in Lorenzo Patrese as Ross Upton of the RGMMC crew guides him back into the pits. What a shame, though, for Lorenzo Patrese. Really working hard this weekend and lightning fast. He was the second fastest driver all weekend in time qualifying. But today was not to be his day. So here's Barnard desperately trying to hang on to it, but Denbol thinks, well, hang on, I can go for this. I've got nothing to lose. I'm going for the lead, and it edges Barnard wide. And Coluccio has a chance up the inside, so Barnard goes for it on the inside again of Denbol. Dives for the inside, retakes the lead. Coluccio gets up the inside line as well. They drift wide. Denbol manages to slot in third position, just in behind Coluccio. But Barnard's lost rhythm and momentum. Coluccio's gathered it up. And so the Italian thinks, well, now I've got a chance here. Chavez Camara goes for the move on the inside. Has to bail out of it. But Coluccio realizes he's actually got a chance here, and he gets his move on Barnard. Denbol gets him as well, and then Chavez Camara finishes the job into third position. All in one fell swoop, essentially. And that's the move from Van Hopen, and that starts the battle between him and Luca Griggs, which ran on and on and on to the finish. Chavez Camara's beautiful move here on Denbol came from a long way back, but again, he's just got such commitment and dedication. He knows that he can get the kart stopped in time without running the carcass of the tyre down to the bone. And there is a nice move from Griggs as he gets up the inside of Van Hopen. A good defensive line from the Dutchman, but Griggs knows Wackersdorf very well. He knows where he can place the kart to keep him at bay. So a very difficult situation. And that's Travesanuto and Hartvig coming together. Lorenzo Travesanuto's European Championship for 2020 officially ends, as he will not have scored the points needed to come through to the final. What a shame for Lorenzo Travesanuto. But at least now they can focus on a decent testing program ahead of Portimao in November. I'm sure that you'll see Lorenzo Travesanuto back to his fighting best when we go to Portugal in 7 weeks' time. So it's going to be a fascinating journey for him. But out in front, Coluccio flawless ahead of Chavez Camara and Noah Denbol. Taylor Barnard recovering as best as he can from yesterday's difficulties to finish in fourth position. It's going to be hard now for the British driver to win the title, despite the fact that he is still technically leading the championship, because on dropped scores, it's going to be hard for him to keep it together. So he's really going to have a difficult race ahead of him, and that is for sure. So we're going to see some really exciting battles in both of our finals. The junior final coming up next after the lunch break, where we'll return to the action as the drivers come out onto the circuit. And they will be doing so for the departure at about 1 o'clock this afternoon. So 1 o'clock is when our junior final will start. 2 o'clock will be when the senior final starts. Make sure you join us here at Wackersdorf as the battle for the European title in junior and senior in the 2020 FIA Karting European Championship concludes with a mighty showdown.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
Don't tell me that I need saving. Finally awake and living. Yeah, yeah. The pressure inside was building. I felt under attack, and now my mind's attacked, and I've chosen my path. I've chosen my path. What's this? I finally read this helplessness. Tired of feeling
so they cannot be posted onto. A reminder, of course, ladies and gentlemen, that there are just 2 races to run in the FIA Karting European Championship here.
Don't tell me that I need saving. Finally awake and living. Yeah, yeah. The pressure inside was building. I felt under attack, and now my mind's attacked, and I've chosen my path. I've chosen my path. Oh, what's this? I finally read this. Help
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
will be dropped. So essentially, those who drivers have scored in 3 straight weekends, which are the likes of Ugachukwu, Tarpanen, and Lindblad, they will all obviously have dropped scores to take into account. And their lowest score in the qualifying heats and their lowest score in a final will be deleted. And the scores to count will be the best 2 finals and the best 2 qualifying heats processes. So it's going to be an interesting battle for Ugachukwu. As far as he's concerned, he just needs to stay out in front and take the victory. As far as the Kart Republic team are concerned, they are pretty much certain that he is guaranteed the European Championship, but you do still have to stay out of trouble, even in the final. And the drivers all know that it's obviously going to be a very pressurized cooker of a race as they continue to battle for the glory. The front row of the grid, Hugo Ugachukwu and Arvid Lindblad, the 2 drivers battling closest for the title. Either one of them with a chance to win it. Harley Keeble for the Tony Kart Factory team on the inside of the second row. Martinius Stenshorn on 4th position for the Rosberg Racing Academy. And joining them in the top 6, it is Aidan Neate and Karol Pazovic, the Brit and the Pole for the Tony Kart Factory teams. Row 4, it is Maxime Rem and Bruno Del Pino, 2 more drivers from the Tony Kart fold. And then rounding out the top 10, Will McIntyre and Sonny Smith for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing and Pantano teams, respectively. Great performance this weekend from Ariel Elkin, the Israeli, getting into the kart there in 11th position, lining up alongside Brando Badua, the Italian. And then the likes of Ian Eichmans and Tuukka Tarpanen, the Finn, who was once a title contender in this particular race. He's not been able to score points through the qualifying heats, but remember what he did at Zuera when he charged his way through from lower down the order and managed to take the victory. If he does it again, then he is certainly in contention for 2nd in the championship at the very minimum. So the drivers are in position. The 1-minute board has gone out at the front of the field. 36 drivers. Any one of them can take the victory. Only 2 or 3 of them can battle for the European title. And they're looking to follow some pretty illustrious names to have become FIA European Junior Karting Champion. The likes of Michael Ammermuller, Sebastian Vettel, Sebastian Buemi, Jack Harvey, Nick de Vries, Alex Albon, George Russell, Lando Norris. All drivers that have gone on to great things in the world of motorsport. But who is the next FIA Karting European Junior Champion? And who is the 5th one in the OK Junior category to follow Finn Keneally, Johnny Edgar, Paul Aron, and Marcus Amond? So the drivers will get the green flag, and they are off and away for their formation lap. It is time to battle for the European title. Pole position for Hugo Ugachukwu, the championship leader. Arvid Lindblad is beside him. Then Harley Keeble and Martinius Stenshorn. Aidan Neate and Karol Pazovic from Maxime Rem and Bruno Del Pino. Will McIntyre and Sonny Smith. Ariel Elkin and Brando Badua. Ian Eichmans and Tuukka Tarpanen. Then Evan Gilter and Valerio Vinicella. Christian Pertuca and Aaron Ruscepi. Dion Gauda and Alfio Spina from Alex Powell and Arthur Rojon. Alexei Aleva and Freddie Slater. Due De Decker and Timo Kucharczyk. Igor Sapil and Alex Kubenko. Max Dodds and Joel Bergstrom. From Josh Erfen, Dan Ginchard, Rafael Modanese, Shuda Zono, Keanu Alajari, and Maxim Furon Castellan. For the final, they get 2 formation laps. And now it really is game on for the European title. The virtual championship points before dropped scores shows that Hugo Ugachukwu has 65 points that he has accrued. Tuukka Tarpanen has 48, Arvid Lindblad has 46. That does not take dropped scores into account, and they will only be taken into account when the first lap is completed. 25 degrees Celsius air temperature, a little bit cooler than it was last time out yesterday. But this is it, the race that will crown the European champion. Everybody wants to bow out of this season on a high, and the 36 best drivers from the weekend will now battle for race supremacy. They're all heroes, they're all victors to have got this far. When you've got such a competitive field of drivers, to be in a European final is a big deal in your career. And there's only a handful of drivers in the world who can say they have achieved that. So, Hugo Ugachukwu and Arvid Lindblad from Harley Keeble and Martinius Stenshorn. Then Neate, Pazovic, Rem, Del Pino, McIntyre, Smith, Elkin, Badua, Eichmans and Tarpanen. With the likes of Gilter, Vinicella, Bertuca, Ruscepi, Gauda, Spina, Powell, Rojon, Yeleva, Slater, De Decker, Kucharczyk, Sapil, Gubenko, Dodds, Bergstrom, Erfen, Ginchard, Modanese, De Zono, Alajari and Furon Castellan giving chase in this 21-lap final here at Pro Kart Raceland in Wackersdorf. Looks like it could be a good start. Are we going to get away? Yes, we're racing, and it's a terrible start for Arvid Lindblad. What a start for Ugo Chukwu as Harley Keeble breaks into second place, and we are racing with the American up front, diving into the first hairpin. And it's going to be a very exciting run as the drivers make their way through the first sector. Are they all going to get into turn 5 without incident? Ugo Chukwu leads Keeble. Stenshorn's up to third place now in front of Lindblad. And as the rest of the field work their way through, it looks as if we're okay. So a cracking start to the final here at Wackersdorf. And it's Ugo Chukwu who's out in front. Second place is Keeble, and up to third comes Lindblad. He makes the move on Stenshorn. And there's an off there. That is Joel Bergström. That's one of the wild cards. What a shame for the Swede. He was looking great over the course of the weekend several times. Look at the flotsam and jetsam as they storm away for position on the far side. But it's Ugo Chukwu who leads the race. Keeble in second place. And in third position, it is Arvid Lindblad. So now the drivers continue their battle up front. Ugo Chukwu from Keeble, Lindblad, Stenshorn, Neat, Rem, Smith, Delpino, Badua, McIntyre, Elkin, Pazovic and Bertuka. And the American just needs to keep it honest out front. An absolutely incredible run. But Ugo Chukwu leads the race, and Lindblad is in third position, but looks like he's going to be second in the title fight as Maxim Rem closes up on his teammate Aidan Neat as they battle over P5. And if Harley Keeble remains in second place, he will move up to fourth place in the Drivers' Championship. Tied on points with Badua, but he would get P4. So there's a lot of drivers questing away after a decent result. Some good moves in the first couple of laps. Max Dodds has made up 9 places, would you believe? That's an incredible start for the young Brit. Alex Powell's going well. He's made up 5 places. Dodds has now made up 10 places. He's up from 29th to 19th. And now Aidan Neat is trying to keep Rem at bay. And that's a great way to keep him off. So Maxim Rem has to drop back behind his teammate. And there's a proper little scrap going on further back as Ariel Elkin takes to the grass, and Eichmanns comes around the outside to take over the place. So some truly exceptional battling, but can Lindblad make the move on Keeble? He launches on the inside and gets second place. Nice move from Arvid Lindblad. And that's going to help his score in the championship fight. Oh, we've got somebody off the circuit. That is Alexei Yeleva. Oh, and Freddie Slater as well. Freddie Slater, and I'm fairly sure that's Alexei Yeleva, it is. So Slater and Yeleva are out of the European Championship final here at Wackersdorf. They've gone off at the second corner, I think. So the 2 drivers now walk away from the scene, but Ugo Chukwu leads Lindblad and Keeble. So now we have Bergström out, Yeleva and Slater are out as well. But the race continues up at the front for Ugo Chukwu, the American. He leads Lindblad and Harley Keeble. And it's absolutely perfect for the American out front. Lindblad sets the fastest lap, trying to get away from the Tony Kart youngster, Harley Keeble. Stenshorn in 4th place. 5th is Aidan Neat, and 6th place for Maxim Rem. And then it is Bruno Delpino ahead of Brando Badua, Sonny Smith and Ian Eichmanns. Looks as though Will McIntyre's had an incident somewhere. Oh dear, McIntyre has fallen down the order. So McIntyre has had a bit of an issue there and has fallen all the way down the order. I think Igor Sepil's in trouble now as well. So Igor Sepil has come away, as has Will McIntyre. 2 more drivers walking away from their karts. So a very difficult race for a couple of the drivers in the field then, and certainly for Will McIntyre and Igor Sepil. Sepil has dropped down to about 23rd. And Will McIntyre has fallen to the very back of the field. He's kept going, but he is now down at dead last. What a shame for the Brit. In fact, no, he is out of the race, I'm told. So Will McIntyre is now out. But for Ugo Chukwu, Lindblad and Keeble, it looks like they're going to be on the podium the way things currently stand as Maxim Rem makes the move on Aidan Neat. Oh, and Lindblad is closing in on Ugo Chukwu. He goes for the lead. Lindblad up the inside of Ugo Chukwu, and he takes the lead in the final. And here comes Keeble. Keeble squeezes past into second place. Now we've got a European Championship final in our hands. And Lindblad in front of Keeble, Ugo Chukwu and Stenshorn. Now we've got a real race for it. And this is going to be pretty special. Lindblad closes to within 5 points now of Ugo Chukwu's score as Stenshorn comes up the inside. But I'm sure that even if Ugo Chukwu finishes in about P4, it's still going to be enough for him to get the title won. But Lindblad would love to finish the season with a victory. He's come so close in the previous 2 rounds. So it would be fantastic for the top 3 drivers in the championship to get a win each from this season. And Lindblad is certainly going strong, ahead of Keeble, Stenshorn and Yugachukwu. So what a turn up for the books, as now Arvid Lindblad leads the race. Second is Keeble, third is Stenshorn, and fourth is Yugachukwu. It changes things a tiny bit in the championship, but the American is still set to become European champion. In 4th position behind Stenshorn. Lindblad is going to be on 60. Yugachukwu will be on 65 as Stenshorn gets the move on the inside there of Harley Keeble to grab 2nd place. A great run from the Norwegian today. Can he manage to get up to the lead of the race in behind Arvid Lindblad? That's going to be the key question now. And Stenshorn's going to have a really interesting race with Harley Keeble as he battles for position. Keeble knows that he came very close to leading this final there, so he's going to want to get back on with it. And up in 5th position now, that's Maxim Rem in front of Bruno Del Pino, Sonny Smith, Brandon Badua and Aidan Neat. And in 10th place is Eichmans, 11th is Tarpanen from Pazovic, Spina. Powell is up in 14th, a great comeback for the Jamaican. And he's making up places all the time. And we've got some absolutely exceptional performances coming through there. Max Dodds appears to have lost the places he gained earlier on, which is unfortunate, as now Keeble finds himself in 2nd, past Martinius Stenshorn. So Keeble into P2. A great run from the Brit. So Lindblad leads. Keeble 2nd, Stenshorn 3rd, and Yugachukwu in 4th position. Can he get past the Norwegian in the same awning? The Rosberg Racing Academy and the Sauber Karting team, both part of the Kart Republic factory effort. Satellite teams within the same awning. So they come over the top of the crest. And in 5th place is Maxim Rem, the German. A great little tussle going on there between Pazovic and Eichmans as they squabble over 10th place. But Keeble has got Stenshorn right in underneath him. Lindblad in full of confidence mode. Up the inside comes Stenshorn. He gets back on terms with Keeble and gets into 2nd place. So Keeble down to 3rd. Yugachukwu in 4th place. He's going to make a look at the move, but he doesn't have to take him. So he decides not to. So Yugachukwu in 4th place. Still on course for the European Championship. Brando Badua gets a warning flag. Not sure what the Cetelar Racing driver's been up to there, but he's certainly done something that the officials had to take note of. So the race battle continues, but Stenshorn into 2nd place now in front of Keeble is significant for the battle for the victory here. And it's also fairly significant for Keeble's duel with Badua in the title fight as they quest over 4th place. So Yugachukwu still sat in 4th place in front of Maxim Rem. He's just got to keep it together. He doesn't need to panic here. It's all still going okay for him. As up the inside, nice move from Keeble. He gets 2nd. And Stenshorn slots into 3rd position. Yugachukwu does not need to get involved in the battle here, but he has a look on the inside of Stenshorn, who defends valiantly for 3rd. That backs Yugachukwu into Maxim Rem. And it looks as though Aidan Neat has made a massive gain in that lap, because you've got the likes of Powell, Rinicella, Gilter and Eichmans all squabbling, and they've lost out to Aidan Neat, who comes up to 10th place. Yugachukwu dives for 3rd and gets there as Dion Gowda picks up a warning now. So Yugachukwu gets into 3rd position, and here comes Maxim Rem. Maxim Rem trying to get his move on the inside. Look out for Bruno Del Pino. He dives through past them both. Brilliant move from the Spaniard. And now Bruno Del Pino works his way into 5th position. Sonny Smith comes up at a P6 briefly because Maxim Rem gets back through into the position once more. But Yugachukwu is now on the podium again in 3rd place. And that will do him very nicely. A big lunge on the inside from Del Pino. He comes from a long way back on Stenshorn. Stenshorn drives around the outside and retakes the position. Brilliant from Stenshorn. A fighting defence there from the Norwegian, and he gets back into P4 in front of Del Pino, Smith and Rem. Smith now goes for the inside and gets past Bruno Del Pino. Great move from the Brit for Pantano. Sonny Smith having the weekend of his life here at Wackersdorf, and he's driving beautifully in P5. Lindblad, Keeble, Yugachukwu, Stenshorn and Smith, and up the inside, Maxim Rem takes on his teammate, Bruno Del Pino, and they go through, 10 laps to go. What a final this is in the European Championship. We worried that it might be a one-man show up front, but Yugachukwu's had to battle for it, and he remains in 3rd place. That will do for the moment. Looks as though Shudazono and Rafael Modenese have had problems. In fact, Rafael Modenese is actually coming into the pits. He's retiring. So what a shame for the Peruvian, who got a heat win earlier this weekend, but he's now out of the race. He joins McIntyre, Slater, Yaleva and Bergstrom, as well as the British driver Maxwell Dodds, out of the race. What a shame. So Lindblad leads the way. Keeble's second from Ugo Chukwu. The American's getting back on with this now, and he's catching up to Harley Keeble. He feels confident. He's got a bit of gap between himself and Stenshorn. He can get back on with this now. He doesn't have to overtake him, though. He doesn't have to pass him. If he finishes third place, this would be the final that he drops. So it's not really a big panic for Ugo Chukwu. Finishing third will do nicely, and he'll still be the European champion, whether he finishes third or first. But Lindblad will close to within 5 points of him, and it will be a very deserving end to his European campaign for the race winner if it stays that way. Arvid Lindblad. Looks as though we've had Alex Powell in trouble, the Jamaican. The Jamaican has had another issue by the look of it. Oh no, sorry, he's lost ground, but he's still there or thereabouts. He's jogged down the order. But Alex Powell has now lost a good 5 or 6 places, and that's put him outside the top 20 for the moment. So Lindblad in front of Keeble and Ugo Chukwu. Here's the battle further back for fourth place. Stenshorn, Smith, Rem and Pazovic. Then Brynne Delpino, Tuka Tarpanen and Aidan Neat in the top 10. And that's a big lunge on the inside of Smith from Maxim Rem. But Smith will not give him the space. Rem tries again. Smith dives for the inside to defend. And Rem is still there in position in front of Karel Pazovic. Brynne Delpino trying to catch up to them once more. So this is a fascinating duel. And now we've got, Pazovic trying to come up over the curbs to get a move on the inside of Maxim Rem. And he has to bail out of it. Fascinating. Ugo Chukwu looking solid in third place now. He doesn't seem to be making much of an inroad on Harley Keeble, but he doesn't need to. Third place will still make him European champion in the junior category. But Arvid Lindblad really desperately wanted to win this final. He felt he had the pace to do so in Sarno. He believed he had the pace to do so in Thuera as well. So second place in the junior championship would be a fantastic return for Arvid Lindblad's efforts this year. He's just got to keep it together. So Alex Powell has dropped to the back end of the field, as has Shudazono, the Japanese, two drivers who have ended up having a difficult day at the office when they had such a glorious one yesterday. But it's a battle all the way through, as on the inside line, there goes Ugo Chukwu. Ugo Chukwu gets in a second position. The American's got past Keeble. So Ugo Chukwu now battling with Harley Keeble for second place, and the American has got there. It's a nice maneuver, and he gets the position very comfortably there. The American goes through. So Keeble is back on it, trying to get back into the position once more. So Ugo Chukwu has taken on Keeble and got through, so Keeble's got to try again. They've got 6 laps left to battle. And what a scrap this is as the drivers continue on their quest. Second place will be more than enough for Ugo Chukwu, but even then he would drop this final because he's out of second place already, as well as a win. So the American doing exactly what he needs to do to win this European title. He's having fun out there, and that's the first time all season that he's really had the opportunity to do that. He doesn't even have to place in this race, really. He just needs to keep it together. And Ugo Chukwu, he looks behind him. He's enjoying himself out there. He's really racing for it, for the pure fun and enjoyment of it. Third place is Harley Keeble still. Sonny Smith is up to fourth now. He's got past Martinius Stenshorn. Here they come. Sixth is Pazovic now. Seventh is Delpino. Eighth is Rem. And ninth is Tarpanen ahead of Aidan Neat. So it's Tony Karts from 6th all the way down to 10th. Pazovic, Delpino, Rem, Tarpanen and Neat. They have monopolised the entirety of the bottom end of the top 10 from 6th through to 10th. It is all Tony Kart factory drivers. One of them is in third, though. That's Harley Keeble trying to edge his way back onto the rear of Ugo Chukwu's kart. If he can get through the American, he can get into second place once more. But this is going to be an exceptional end to a fabulous European Championship season. Look at the Tony Kart squadron just charging their way forward as Evan Gilter has got into 10th place now ahead of Aidan Neat. Spina is 12th from Rinicella, Eichmanns and Elkin. They are going to be the last point scorers in this European Championship season finale. So Harley Keeble closing up on Ugo Chukwu. The American still running a solid second place here. He doesn't even need to finish in P2. To be honest, he can finish in P5 and still be the European champion, but he wants to race for fun and have an incredible end to his season to prove just how worthy a European champion he is about to become. And with 4 laps to go, he is in a terrific position. Harley Keeble doing his best. He's going to bag his first FIA karting podium finish in only his 3rd meeting. Not a bad return for the efforts here. But Arvid Lindblad is finally going to break ground and take his first FIA Karting European final victory. With 3 laps to go, the British driver leads, and he's about to become the Vice-European Junior Champion. So Harley Keeble running in 3rd, Sonny Smith in 4th. What a day it is for the Brits here. To have 3 of them in the top 4 is quite exceptional in the European Championships. And proof that the talent that is coming through is really strong. Sonny Smith sets the fastest lap as he tries to close in on Harley Keeble. He senses that a podium might just be possible here. But the Pantano driver is doing a very good job, and considering that this is their first season in the FIA Karting European Championship, the Pantano team, they are doing a grand job. So Keeble still with the faith to push onto the back bumper of Ugo Chukwu's kart. He still feels that 2nd place is possible, and he's giving it everything he's got. Can he make it work? This is the key factor now, as Lindblad runs in the lead. Ugo Chukwu 2nd and Keeble 3rd. So as they come through after a grueling 3 weekends of racing, some really exciting battles throughout, and a win for Ugo Chukwu at Sarno last time, a win for Tarpanen back at Sarno. It looks like we're going to have the 3rd man in the equation, Arvid Lindblad, taking a victory in the final at Wackersdorf. And that's a fitting end for 3 drivers who have really given us an amazing European Championship contest. For each of them to get a final win is very fitting indeed in this 2020 European campaign. And it shows how competitive and how even it is in the Junior Championship. But the most consistent of the 3 is the man sat in 2nd place. And with 1 lap to go, he is about to become the first American in history to become the European Junior Champion. Oh, we got an incident on the final lap. That's Tuka Tarpanen, and he's tangled with his teammate Brunel Pino. Oh, what a disappointing end for Tarpanen. He will be 3rd in the championship fight. He's done his best, but it's not quite been enough today. But out in front, Arvid Lindblad is about to seal his first FIA karting victory. What a brilliant performance in the European Championship. And that man, Ugo Chukwu, is about to become European champion of the junior category. Into the final corner comes Arvid Lindblad, and he gets the win he's wanted so much. Arvid Lindblad wins the race here at Wackersdorf, and Ugo Chukwu is the European Junior Champion 2020. Amazing season. What a year. What a victory for Arvid Lindblad. Fist bumps with Harley Keeble. But Arvid Lindblad finishes the year as Vice Champion of Europe. The 2nd best junior driver in the world, Arvid Lindblad. But he was the best today at Wackersdorf. An amazing victory. And he is absolutely ecstatic. Now he lets the emotion out. What a win for Arvid Lindblad. He wins the race. Ugo Chukwu wins the title. Harley Keeble is 3rd from Sonny Smith and Karol Pazovic. Martinius Stenshorn ahead of Brunel Pino. Evan Gilter and Aidan Neat from Alfio Spina in 10th. Maxim Rem is 11th in front of Valerio Rinicella. 13th place goes to Ian Eichmans ahead of Ariel Elkin. The final point scorer is Josh Erfen. Then it's Tuka Tarpanen ahead of Dion Gauda and Alex Kubenko. Dan Ginchard and Christian Bratuka from Brando Badua, Timo Kucharczyk, Douay de Decker and Maxime Ferron-Castellen. In 25th is Artur Rojon ahead of Keanu Badajari, Alex Powell, Shudazono, Evan Rashepi and Igor Sapil. There were 6 retirements: Rafael Modenese, Max Dodds, Will McIntyre, Freddie Slater, Alexei Yaleva and Joel Bergstrom on the opening lap. An amazing end to this European Championship season. So I'm going to make my way over to the podium, but what an absolutely fantastic result for Arvid Lindblad, Ugo Chukwu and Harley Keeble.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
This is going to be as the drivers make their way to the podium here at Wackersdorf in Germany. And the FIA Karting European Championship concludes here in fantastic style. So let's welcome the three drivers to the podium then in reverse order. In third position for the United Kingdom, Harley Keeble! And in second position for the United States of America, Yugo Ugachukwu! And your race winner for the United Kingdom, Arvid Lindblad! And for the race winning team manager as well for Kart Republic Motorsport, please welcome Tom Joyner! So in reference to our team manager on the top step of the podium and also to the winning driver, the national anthem for the United Kingdom. On the podium here at Pro Kart Raceland Wackersdorf, and we invite them to raise their trophies one by one after a fantastic performance. In third position for the United Kingdom, Harley Keeble! And in second position for the United States of America, Yugo Ugachukwu! And your race winner for the United Kingdom, Arvid Lindblad! And also a huge congratulations for the winning team for Kart Republic Motorsport and Tom Joyner! So we invite the three drivers to pose with their trophies and their bouquets of flowers as they celebrate together on the podium after a fantastic performance here at Wackersdorf. So, ladies and gentlemen, one more time for your podium 3 for Harley Keeble, for Ugochukwu, and your race winner this weekend, Arvid Lindblad! A huge congratulations to our 3 drivers on the podium, and of course, to our 2020 European Junior Champion, Ugochukwu of the United States of America. An absolutely fantastic performance here at Wackersdorf. The OK Junior drivers will return in 7 weeks' time when we contest the Championship of the World at Portimao in Portugal on the 2nd weekend of November. Follow all the details on FIAkarting.com. But from our junior drivers, a massive thank you and congratulations to Harley Keeble, Ugochukwu and Arvid Lindblad.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
later, we will find out who is going to be the 2020 FIA Karting European Champion. And this is a very exciting battle amongst our senior drivers in the OK class. There is a very close fight. As it stands at the moment in the Virtual Championship, Taylor Barnard leads with 65 points. Kimi Antonelli has 62. 3 points in it with the final race of the season ahead of us. And of course, drop scores still need to be taken into account at the end of this race. Kimi Antonelli lines up first on the grid. Taylor Barnard lines up ninth. This is going to be one heck of a show. Whichever way you slice it, this will be an amazing finale to our 2020 European campaign. And in a little under 15 minutes' time, the drivers will leave the grid and they will battle for supremacy around this Pro Kart Raceland circuit here at Wackersdorf. 1.19 kilometers of racing, and the drivers will quest for 26 laps. It's the equivalent of 30 kilometers around this incredible circuit. And of course, as the drivers now make their way forward, it is going to be a sensational challenge for our drivers as they will quest for glory. They have come from far and wide. They represent teams from all over the globe. And now they are going to battle one more time in this 2020 European Championship showdown. Over the years of the European Championship, we have had some incredible racers. In the days of the Intercontinental A-Class, the champions were many and plentiful. Jean-Philippe Gugnier, Jonathan Tonon, Nicolas Risitano, Kevin Estra, James Collado, Nicola Nole, to name them all. Then the championship switched to KF2s in 2007, and we welcomed more European champions. Will Stevens, Flavio Camponeschi, Jordan Chamberlain, Nikolai Mola-Madsen, Sami Luca, Ben Barnicoat, Max Verstappen, Callum Eilert, and Benjamin Hanley. It was in 2016 that OK became the form. And since then, we've had European champions in Pedro Hiltbrand, Sami Tufik, Hannes Janka, and last year, Lorenzo Travasanuto. Who is going to be the 20th European champion in as many years in the FIA Karting European Championship paddock? It's a good starting point for drivers making their way in the world of international motorsport, but this is the race they all want to win. The season finale in 2020 of the European Championship. Let's welcome them all as they pose for the cameras. Kimi Antonelli on pole position with the best possible chance of becoming 2020 European champion. He lines up from pole position on the inside line. Second place for the Cosmic Racing Department. It is Luigi Coluccio, and he will be there in position from the outside of the front row. His consistency this weekend is not to be denied, and he is chasing a top 5 finish in the European Championship. Third on the grid, it is Brazil's Rafael Chaves Camara. What a performance he's had in the last few weeks. And he is there third on the grid on merit. Marcus Amond, the outgoing junior champion of Europe. He hands his crown to Ugo Chukwu and now quests for a podium finish here in senior. Joe Turney, 5th position on the grid. 3rd position now in the driver standings. 3 points ahead of Bedrin, the reverse of how he came into the weekend. Norton Andreasen of Sweden for the World Racing Team. A brilliant, consistent season in 2020, and he would love to bow out of it with a podium. Nicolas Pertolatti is next up, the Finnish star for the Pantano team. New squad for 2020. Pertolatti, though, plenty of experience to take into this weekend and this final. The wild card, Luca Griggs, has come straight in with plenty of speed and determination for SFR Motorsport, and he lines up in the top 10 of the final. 9th on the grid, it is Britain's Taylor Barnard for the Rosberg Racing Academy. He leads the championship coming into this one, but he knows it will be the toughest fight he has endured thus far. Noah Denbol of Denmark is next up, and the young man for the Ward Racing Team will be rounding out the top 10 in what is turning out to be a sensational year for him in 2020. From the Netherlands, it is Lawrence van Hopen of the Leclerc by Lennox Racing Team. He lines up in P11 on the starting grid on the inside of the 6th row. And then alongside him, it is the Brazilian Matias Morgato of the Italian Birolart team. The 4 makers in KZ, still with a bit of work to do in OK, but Morgato is up for the challenge. From Great Britain, it is Harry Thompson on the 7th row for the Forza Racing Team. Very much a staple of the front runners in the FIA karting paddock. Alongside him, it's a welcome return to the FIA karting paddock for Callum Bradshaw, who is here this weekend in his new berth at Tony Kart. Juho Valtonen is next up, the Finnish driver for the Pantano team. Good solid speed through the weekend, and he has a great chance at the top 6. Hannes Janka, the home favourite, starting 16th on the grid for this one, and the TB driver with plenty of racecraft ahead of him. 17th on the starting grid, it is Delano Vantoff, the Dutchman. Plenty of great racing ahead for him as well. And alongside him on the grid for Finland, it is Rasmus Jutsimis. A brilliant performance from the CRG driver, and still plenty of great racing ahead in the final. Another of the home heroes, Joel Mesh for the TB Kart race team, lines up in 19th on the grid for the TB Kart in the McLaren Customer Racing colours. 20th is the Russian, Nikita Bedrin for Ward Racing. 4th in the championship standings coming into this final with a chance to get back in the top 3. Kaja Sixnelis of Lithuanian, the 2019 FIA Karting Academy Trophy champion, now one of the lead drivers in Expert. Jamie Day is next up, the young man from Dubai in the United Arab Emirates for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team. 23rd on the grid is the Renzo Patrese, the Italian, the second fastest driver in time qualifying this weekend, so expect him to charge through the pack. Levi Revej of Hungary is next up, also for the Kart Republic Motorsport factory team, and he's sure to be a front runner if he gets the chance. Maya Berg, the Spanish driver, at least under license in Spain, for the Richard Mille Talent Academy in the Birolart awning. Leandro Andaruti, a brilliant performance from him so far. The Swiss driver for Praga is right up in the sharp end. Matthias Salonen of Finland is next up for the CV Performance Group. The Finn, very much a competitor at the front end. For Germany, it is Moritz Wiskirchen. Great to see him in the wildcard fraternity of the TB Racing team in the German flag colours. His teammate is next up, Ben Dorr in the McLaren Papaya Orange, and a fantastic competitor, now a regular in the finals in the OK class. For Spain, it is Miron Pingazov of the Kart Republic Motorsport factory team, and it's great to see him back again in a competitive final. Next up, one of the wildcards for Germany, it is Vincent Andronaco, and he's going to be a very competitive challenger from 31st on the grid. Next up, it is the Renzo Rosico. An unfortunate mishap in the last couple of heats for him, but he has the speed to climb back. Similar story for the Australian, James Wharton. He's had nothing but bad luck all season, but he deserves his place in the final, and he will be making efforts to fight back through the field. Next up for the Expert Racing team for Austria, it is Charlie Wirtz, and he will be there in position in 34th on the starting grid. And the final row of the grid will be taken up by the Spanish driver, Genis Savico for the CRG factory team. And alongside him on the grid for Great Britain, taking the last space on the grid for Leclerc by Lennox, it is Oliver Gray, who will fight his way back from the outside of the 18th row. So the drivers are all together, ready for an exciting challenge for this championship final. 3 weekends in this 2020 season. It had, of course, originally been planned to be 4, but unfortunately COVID-19 curtailed the plans somewhat. But this is perhaps a fabulous opportunity to congratulate everybody within the CIK, the International Karting Commission, and the FIA for making sure that this 2020 European campaign can take place in fantastic locations. We've been to Spain, we've been to Italy, and now we are here in Germany for the season finale. And we have been able to successfully complete the European Championship campaign. Even a world pandemic couldn't stop us. It delayed us, yes, but we have completed a successful championship campaign in the 2020 season in the FIA karting fraternity. And it's a massive congratulations to everyone within the CIK, within the FIA, and of course within RGMMC, the promoters of the event. It's been an absolutely sensational season. We also should thank, of course, everybody at Zuera, at Sarno, and here at Pro Kart Raceland in Wackersdorf. What a fantastic 2020 it has been in OK and Junior. We couldn't have done it without you, and it's been an absolutely wonderful season, despite all of the difficulties. Protocols and guidelines have had to change, but the racing is still pure, fast, and spectacular. So for the last time in the 2020 European Championship season, the mechanics return to their drivers on the starting grid as they all prepare for the battle. And it is going to be a battle. 26 laps with a European Championship on the line, and 2 drivers separated by a mere 3 points before dropped scores. After dropped scores, they're going to be very evenly matched. But the new favourite for the title becomes the man in pole position, Andrea Kimi Antonelli of Italy. And he has a chance here from pole position to sew it all up. But his countryman, Luigi Coluccio, alongside him, would dearly love to win the final round of the championship for Cosmic, as they have been making steady progress to return permanently to the front end of the grid. So it'd be great to them to finish off the season on a big note. And the Brazilian driver in third position, Rafael Chaves Camara, has been supreme over the course of this season. Third position on the grid for him is a very good effort indeed, and a very justified reward for him to move up through the ranks. What a spectacular grid of drivers. 36 men and women from all four corners of the globe battling here in the season finale of the European Championship. Kimi Antonelli, Luigi Coluccio, Rafael Chaves Camara, Marcus Amond, Joe Turney, Norton Andreasen, Nicholas Bertolatti, Luca Griggs, Taylor Barnard, Noah Denbol, Lawrence Van Hopen, Matthias Mogato, Harry Thompson, Callum Bradshaw, Juho Valtonen, Hannes Janka, Delano Van Toff, Rasmus Jutsemis, Joel Mesh, Nikita Bedrin, Kaios Sixnelis, Jamie Day, Lorenzo Petresi, Levente Revej, Maya Werg, Leandro Andaruti, Matthias Salonen, Moritz Viskirchen, Ben Dorr, Miron Pinkasov, Vincent Andronaco, Lorenzo Rosico, James Wharton, Charlie Wirtz, Jenis Savico, and Oliver Gray. So in a little over 4 minutes' time, the last race of the 2020 OK European Championship will begin. And in 30 kilometers of racing time, we will know the identity of the 2020 European champion. Will it be Taylor Barnard or will it be Kimi Antonelli? An exceptional race is about to take place on this Wackersdorf circuit. A substantially shorter configuration of circuit compared to what we saw at Duera and Sarno. And substantially cooler as well. Let's not point that out too lightly as well. The air temperature is about 25 degrees Celsius at the moment, which means the track temperature will be around 40 degrees Celsius. But that does mean that the challenges may not be the same as they were at Zuera and Sarno, but certainly it will be as intense around the circuit. Plenty of overtaking opportunities around this place. And we're going to see some truly exceptional racers going toe-to-toe around this Wackersdorf circuit. Lots of overtaking opportunities, plenty of scores to settle, and a few drivers who feel very much that they are out of position, who will want to charge their way back into contention. And this really is the star quality of the drivers in this field. They come here from North and South America, from the Middle East, from Australasia, from Asia, and from all across Europe to battle away for this European title fight. 3 minutes board goes up, and the drivers start to make their final preparations. The order is given to clear the track. The only people that will remain, the only personnel that will stay on the circuit at this point will be the drivers and their one mechanic. So now the drivers are getting themselves into their positions. 26 laps of this bone-dry circuit. What an amazing season it's been. From the very first final where Kimi Antonelli grabbed the victory at Zuera over Taylor Barnard, his teammate, to Sarno in the heat haze when he almost passed out in his attempts to try and catch Taylor Barnard. A 1 and a 2 apiece. Now this is the final that will determine the European champion. One of them must be crowned. The other must accept the vice championship. But both men deserve the crown. Both men have given absolutely everything. Neither man has left anything on the table this year, and they have raced their heart out at every single opportunity. Now it is time for the 36 racing drivers here on the starting grid to battle for supremacy. And whichever man or woman manages to come through onto the podium in the first position will certainly have deserved it. But what an amazing end to this 2020 season. A showdown. 1 minute and a half left before the drivers set off for the race of their season thus far. Obviously, 7 weeks from now, the World Championships will begin. So for several drivers in the field, this is a good demo run for them to quest for the world title at Portimao in Portugal. But for two men in particular, there's a championship to fight for, and fight they will. The pole position sitter, Kimi Antonelli, the man chasing the title, but certainly in the best possible position to grab the title. 25 points available for the win, don't forget. 20 for second place, 16 for third, 13 for fourth. But in this point in the season, the lowest score in the qualifying heats and the lowest score in the final for that driver must be dropped at the end of the year. And the points will remain for the remaining 2 race weekends. And it will be determined by who has the most points at the end of the season. The European Championship fight is imminent, and it's about to get underway. The grandeur and the spectacle of any international motorsport event is something that none of these drivers will ever forget. And it's a proud honor and privilege to be here, representing not only your teams, not only your families, but also your countries as you battle for victory. All 36 of the racers here have earned their position by right. And now it is time for one last dance with the Wackersdorf circuit. 26 laps, and an amazing battle awaits. The green flag drops, and it's time for the formation lap here at Wackersdorf. So around they go on their formation lap. Kimi Antonelli and Luigi Coluccio on the front row of the grid from Rafael Chavez Camara and Marcus Amon. Joe Turney and Norton Andreasen, Nicolas Bertolatti and Luca Griggs. Taylor Barnard and Noah Denbol from Lawrence Van Hopen and Matthias Morgato. Harry Thompson and Callum Bradshaw, Juha Valtonen and Hannes Janka. Dilana Van Toff and Rasmus Jutsemis. Joel Mesh and Nikita Bedrin. Gaius Ixnelis and Jamie Day. Lorenzo Petresi and Levi Revege from Maya Berg, Leandro Underuti. Matthias Salonen and Moritz Viskirchen. Ben Dorp, Miron Pingazov, Vincent Andranaco, Lorenzo Rosico, James Wharton, Charlie Wirtz, Jenna Savico and Oliver Gray. The 36 top-ranked drivers from the weekend will now contest the final race of the European Championship season here in 2020 in the FIA karting paddock. But there's only two men who can take the title, and at this point, there are only 3 points between them. Taylor Barnard on 65 points. Kimi Antonelli on 62. Who's going to get the title? Your guess is very much as good as mine. 2 formation laps around the circuit to bed in the tyres and brakes and get them to the optimum temperature. And it's a very long race for this man ahead. He's been the nearly man so many times over the course of his career. But then you could say that too about Taylor Barnard. Kimi Antonelli was the vice-European champion in junior last year. Placed on the podium of the World Championship last year as well. But the man who leads the championship, Taylor Barnard, is also the nearly man. He was the vice-champion of the world last year to Lorenzo Travasanuto. And many people say that had that race been 2 laps longer, he could well have won it himself. He's been on the crest of a wave ever since, but both drivers want to quest for the title. Antonelli starts P1, Barnard starts P9. One of these drivers is going to become European champion, but the likes of Coluccio, Chavez Camara, Amond, Turney, Andreasen, Bertolatti and Griggs around them will want to bow out of their 2020 European campaigns on a high. So the drivers come around the final turn. Are we going to get the perfect start that we want? Yes, and we're racing here at Wackersdorf. What a start from the inside line as Antonelli and Chavez Camara break through to the first corner. Is everybody going to get through okay? Looks like it into the first braking zone for P3. And they come through into the third corner, and it's everybody okay for the moment as they head down into the fifth turn for the first time. And it looks as though we're okay. Oh, we've got a couple of drivers coming together there that look like Charlie Wirtz tangling with Vincent Andranaco. They look like they've just about got away with it. And there are a couple of drivers still trying to keep themselves in position as they come through on this opening tour. But out in front, it is no major change. Kimi Antonelli still leads the way from Chavez Camara and Turney. And this is heaven sent for Kimi Antonelli. He really wanted a good start, and now he looks good. As they come through at the end of the first lap, we can have a bit of an idea now as to what the championship is likely to give us in terms of a show. If it stays like this, Kimi Antonelli wins the European Championship by just 2 points. That's how close it is at the moment as the battle continues for supremacy. So Antonelli needs to keep this one together. It's going to be so tight. Oh, and that's an off further back. That looked like one of the Leclerc by Lennox cars. Couldn't quite see who that was, but that is Hannes Janka. Hannes Janka in another incident in the European Championship. That's not the first time he's got into dire straits. But who is it that's gone down the order with him? Looks like we've had Jamie Day in trouble as well. So Jamie Day and Hannes Janka look like they've tangled. So a big problem there for the two drivers as they recover. But Antonelli leads the way. Taylor Barnard is now in 5th position. A good comeback for him thus far. And so Barnard is pushing this as he tries to get himself up into the position again. And up the inside. That's a lovely move from Bertolatti as he takes on Joe Turney. So the race continues on. But Joe Turney now in 4th position. He's going to have to try and do something drastic to get back into position. If he stays within the top 5, he's got a great chance of sealing 3rd place in the Drivers' Championship, Joe Turney. Not a bad return for his efforts in 2020 either. And it will ensure that a Tony Kart driver finishes in the top 3 in both championships. Oh, we've had an incident in the middle of the circuit. Is that Vizkirchen in the background, but it's Patrese in the foreground and Pingasov as well. So Patrese and Pingasov involved. And there's another incident further round actually as well. We've had several problems. Joel Mesh and Jenis Savico have got into the wars elsewhere as Patrese, Vizkirchen and Pingasov are out of the race. Well, I think Patrese managed to get going again actually, so Patrese's got going, but Pingasov and Vizkirchen have not, and nor too have Joel Mesh and Jenis Savico. Both of them appear to be out of the race as well. But out in front, no major shocks. Kimi Antonelli leads the way. And he wants to keep it that way for as long as humanly possible as he maintains his position. But now we have lost several drivers. We've lost Vizkirchen, we've lost Pingasov, Savico, Joel Mesh. And, well, is Lorenzo Patrese still going, or has he parked up as well? I think he might be out of the race now too, the Italian. Here he is, pulls into the pits. So Patrese is unfortunately out of it now. But Kimi Antonelli leads from Rafael Chavez-Camara and Nicolas Bertolatti. Joe Turney, Taylor Barnard, Marcus Amond, Luigi Coluccio, Luca Griggs and Harry Thompson. And if it stays like this, then Antonelli is going to take the title by just 2 points. So let's see how the race plays out for the remaining 22 laps here at Wackersdorf. Kimi Antonelli running a good race at the front here. Chavez-Camara in second, just shadowing his every move. Don't forget that the Brazilian did beat him. So this win is important for Antonelli. He's got to try and hold on to it, because Barnard is in P5 and he is going to try and pick them off one by one to gain ground. If he can beat Antonelli in this final, he will take the European title away from him. And Barnard is getting on with this now as he closes in on Joe Turney. Taylor Barnard is not out of this yet. So Barnard makes his lunge on the inside of Turney and he's through into fourth position. Here we go. This is the fight back from Taylor Barnard. He's into fourth position now. So the Rosberg Racing Academy driver fighting his way back into the position as Juho Valtonen sets the fastest lap of the race from P10. But Barnard now sets his sights on Bertolatti. So how big a difference can Taylor Barnard make in this title fight? If he can beat Antonelli, he will change the face of the European Championship final, and he has got his sights set on it. We know how strong Barnard is in a final, but he's going to give it everything he has. Interestingly, Antonelli is not pulling away that fast from Chavez-Camara, so that gives plenty of hope to Taylor Barnard. There's Marcus Amond in P6 behind Joe Turney. He's got a good run. Is he going to make the move on the inside? Yes, he does. Lovely move from Marcus Amond. So he gets by Joe Turney, and the Frenchman continues his great weekend as Kimi Antonelli gets a new fastest lap in at the front of the field. 20 laps remain in this 26-lap final. So Antonelli still runs ahead of Chavez-Camara, Bertolatti and Barnard, Turney and Amond, Coluccio and Griggs, then Thompson, Valtonen, Van Hopen. Morgato is next up in 12th position, then Andreasen, Dutsimis, Denbol, Van Toff and Meyerwerg. Several retirements now in this race. Patrese, Mesh, there he is, watching the race. And then it's Savico, Pingasov and Moritz Vizkirchen. Can Taylor Barnard close in on Nicolas Bertolatti? He's currently in P4. He hasn't scored any more points in the championship, but he needs to get out of second position, really, to make that happen. He needs to beat his rival. If Antonelli wins the race, he wins the championship. If Barnard wins the race, he wins the championship. And he's in fourth place at the moment, the Brit, so he's got to get on with this now. 19 laps remain in this nail-biting final. So Barnard is getting on with it. He knows he's got a tough mission ahead, but he will never give up. He will never quit, and he is going to push it all the way. So let's see if there is a chance to make this work. Oh, and that's the other Pantano. That is Bertolatti. That is Nicolas Bertolatti. It looks as though he's had an injured seizure. He can't quite believe his luck. But Nicolas Bertolatti is out of the race. That is heartbreak for the Finn. And everybody moves up one. But for Nicolas Bertolatti, that was his best result of the season. Now well and truly gone. What a shame for the Finn. He's out of the race on the far side of the circuit, and that puts Barnard up into third place, Amond up into fourth. Now, because Taylor Barnard has a win and a second, a third place isn't going to do him much good here. He needs to get back on terms with the man in the lead of the race, but it certainly helps him out a little. So Barnard into third position. What it has done, though, is it's dropped him a little way back. Bertolati's breakdown, yes, it's put him into third place, but he has now fallen off the back a little of Antonelli and Chavez Camara. He could do with some support from Marcus Amond to try and get after the leading duo. But if Antonelli does not win the race, if Chavez Camara can get by, then Taylor Barnard becomes champion again. So it's going to be a mighty difficult result. And it's all going to come down to essentially the fact that Barnard has been better through the qualifying heats at the first 2 weekends. If Antonelli is overtaken by Chavez Camara, Antonelli loses the title. So Barnard in third is in prime position to win the title if Chavez Camara gets past Antonelli. But if Antonelli remains in the lead, it's the Italian that wins it. It's so close. And the leading 3 drivers very much have the fate of the European Championship in their hands. Marcus Amond is being caught again by Joe Turney. 6th place Luigi Coluccio, then Valtonen, Griggs, Thompson, Van Hopen, Morgato, Andreasen, Jutsimmers, Van Hoff and Denbol. So can Antonelli hold on to this pressure in front of Rafael Chavez Camara? He made a big mistake in yesterday's qualifying heat with Rafael Chavez Camara closing on him. And he ran wide and let the Brazilian through. He cannot afford to do it again today, because if he does, he will come second in the European Championship, not first. Kimi Antonelli racing for the title out in front. He must win this. Second place will not be good enough, especially knowing that Taylor Barnard has done exactly the same thing in the previous races as well. But because Barnard has done better over time qualifying in the qualifying heats and got 2 pole positions for the final, Antonelli only has 1. That's going to be enough. If Antonelli loses the lead, Barnard would retake the lead of the European Championship. That's what's at stake here. So Kimi Antonelli under pressure from Rafael Chavez Camara. The Brazilians really giving it to him. They don't care squat about the title. Chavez Camara is up into 5th place in the points. If he can get past and move into first position, he would take 3rd in the Drivers' Championship. So Rafael Chavez Camara wants to win for Brazil in 2nd place. With Kimi Antonelli leading the race, Chavez Camara is fired up and motivated, and he knows that the Brazilian is not going to do him any favours at all. Antonelli still pushing. Chavez Camara all over the back of him. Antonelli has to keep the lead if he wants to be European champion. He's got to win this one. 2nd place will not be good enough for him, so he's got to keep his cool. He's got to stay pushing, and he's got to be right on the ragged edge. He leads here from Chavez Camara. Barnard in 3rd. He's waiting in the wings just in case he gets a chance. But what a fight back from Taylor Barnard up to 3rd position. So who is going to be European champion? Last year, it was the Italian, Lorenzo Travasanuto. The year before that, it was the German, Hannes Janker. Both men have fallen from the fray now. But is there going to be an Italian who takes the title, or will it be a British driver? Here's the battle for 5th place. This is Turney versus Coluccio as they come onto the main straight. Marcus Amond is the fastest man on track, but Turney and Coluccio dueling over 5th place. So the Italian wants to get past the Brit. Another interesting duel between drivers from the OTK group. Coluccio makes his dive on the inside of Turney. He's got to commit to it, and they nearly tangle. Goodness me, Turney not willing to concede. And a little bit of a brave maneuver from Coluccio that doesn't quite work. We are at the half distance point of this race now. 13 laps done, 13 to go. It's a long final. But can Kimi Antonelli sustain the pressure from Brazil's Rafael Chavez Camara and win this final? If he can make it happen, he becomes European champion. If the Brazilian passes, Taylor Barnard in 3rd becomes European champion instead. It is so close. And it's all on Kimi Antonelli. He cannot afford to crack under the pressure. Here comes the move on the inside line. It's a bold lunge through from Lawrence Van Hopen, but he gets past Griggs, and so does Matheus Morgato, the Brazilian. And now he's going for Van Hopen. Brilliant from Morgato. 2 places in one fell swoop as he gets into 9th place. A great opportunity from the Brazilian, and he takes it with both hands. So he is now the leading Birolart in the fray. Brilliant performance thus far from Morgato. But now Valtonen is closing in on the 2 drivers battling for 5th place, Turney and Coluccio. So Valtonen has a chance to make a play in this one as well. And as we go into lap 16 of 26, the leading 4 are getting quite close together now. Barnard and Amond are catching the leaders. In fact, in the last lap, Taylor Barnard was actually on a 47.295. Amond was faster than them both, a 47.239. So Marcus Amond is catching Barnard, and Barnard is getting quite close to the back of Chavez Kamara. So the top 4 are going to be absolutely together. It could be an absolute rout, this championship final. It's building to a proper crescendo in the last 10 laps of the season as Turney fends off Coluccio and Valtonen. They still duel away for P5, but the top 4 are getting ever closer together. Antonelli, Chavez Kamara, Barnard, Amond, and now we've got Coluccio all over the back of Turney. Valtonen in 7th place, Thompson is 8th. Morgato is 9th from Van Hopen, Griggs, Andreasen, Jutsemis, Vantoff and Nikita Bedrin. Up the inside comes Coluccio. Gets the move there on P5 into 5th position, then past Joe Turney. And is Valtonen going to have the same chance? No, he's not going to get through on the inside line. 10 laps remain in this European Championship final. Kimi Antonelli is just 9.5 laps away from becoming European champion. Will he get the job done? Up to the inside line. Valtonen getting closer to Joe Turney, with Coluccio having wardened off into 5th position. Antonelli starting to drop Chavez Kamara. This is great news for Antonelli. He's really starting to unlock the pace. This is going to take the pressure off the Italian to a certain degree now, as Chavez Kamara is struggling to keep up the pace. Here comes Taylor Barnard. If Barnard can get past the Brazilian, he'll have a fair crack at Antonelli. So Chavez Kamara doing his best, but the Brazilian is starting to lose a little bit of track now to Kimi Antonelli. And this is great news for the Italian. Barnard can't afford to wait around behind the Brazilian for too long, as Kimi Antonelli continues his lead out in front. But Chavez Kamara would dearly love to grab the victory in the final. If he does, he'll move up to P3 in the championship, which is why he's pushing it. So he's giving it everything he's got as he continues to work forward. But this is quite an incredible final for Rafael Chavez Kamara. He is only half a second away from the lead that will give him his first win in the FIA karting paddock in a final. He's come close a few times. Don't forget how he was on the World Championship podium last year in the juniors. He's come straight into the seniors and been a front runner off the bout. And I'm sure his countryman and FIA karting president Felipe Massa will be watching with genuine national pride. But Kimi Antonelli hanging on to it at the moment. Rafael Chavez Kamara second. And this bodes well for him heading to Brazil for next year's World Championships when we head to Biragoy Speed Park in 2021. But Kimi Antonelli leads the race still. Chavez Kamara trying to get away enough from Taylor Barnard that he can rest a little easy. Marcus Amond in 4th place, waiting for one of them to make a mistake. This is the established new guard at the front end of the OK field. Antonelli, Chavez Kamara, Barnard and Amond. Then it's Coluccio in front of Valtonen, Turney, Thompson, Morgato and Vantoff. Sorry, that's Van Hopen, I should say. As Dilana Vantoff falls behind Nikita Bedrin in the fight for the final point. So an absolutely sensational race this is. There may not be many overtaking moves, but in terms of the tension and intrigue, it's really getting interesting as Amond closes up on Barnard. Barnard closes up on Chavez Kamara. And still they duel for glory here as Marcus Amond gets a little bit closer to Barnard. Barnard gets a little bit closer to Chavez Kamara, and Antonelli starts to drop the hammer. He's really starting to extend that gap now as they come through one more time. So they come through, 6 laps remaining, counting them down in his head, Kimi Antonelli. Just trying to work his magic for the end of a very exciting season here in Europe. And it's going to be right the way to the victory. A fascinating battle as Rafael Chavez Kamara in 2nd place for Brazil runs in front of Taylor Barnard of Great Britain. If it remains like this, the title goes to the Italian up front, but only by 2 points. It could not be any closer than it is. Taylor Barnard still giving it everything as they run in the battle for 2nd place. Rafael Chavez Kamara, Taylor Barnard and Marcus Amond. In 5th place there is Coluccio. Then it's Valtonen ahead of Joe Turney. In the battle for 8th place is Thompson and Morgato ahead of Lawrence Van Hopen and Luca Griggs. 5 laps to go for this man out in front. Kimi Antonelli just 5 laps away from giving Italy something to cheer about today. It would be an absolutely sensational run for Kimi Antonelli as he brings it home after an absolutely sensational season. He really has come of age in 2020, and it would be magical for him to get the job done here. But he still obviously has to make it count. So we'll have to see how it all plays out. But the championship is going to be absolutely fascinating as the battle continues. But we are going to have a truly sensational run. As the drivers come through, we're going to see a truly exceptional battle from the competitors as they run in the final laps of the season. 4 laps to go, and Taylor Barnard is struggling to stay with the Brazilian now. Rafael Chaves-Camara holds on to it. So let's see if this is going to continue in earnest. But we are going to have a sensational run to the victory here as things continue. But what an absolutely masterclass performance from Kimi Antonelli up front. Rafael Chaves-Camara running well in second, from Taylor Barnard in third and Marcus Amond in P4. With Luigi Coluccio, P5 from Juho Valtonen and Joe Turney, Matthias Morgato and Harry Thompson. And then Lawrence Van Hopen in the top 10. They come out of the final turn. Just 3 laps to go for the Italian Kimi Antonelli. The pressure is high in the senior ranks of karting, but this man, Taylor Barnard, has had to weather the storm all season long. He's made the most incredible fight back you can imagine from 9th on the grid in this final to get up to 3rd position. He could really do with getting ahead of Kimi Antonelli. He's got to beat him on the road to win the European Championship, but he looks like he's just going to fall short. This man, though, Marcus Amond, has made an incredible impression in the senior ranks of karting at this level in his first attempt as a senior. And Amond has done amazingly here at Wackersdorf, his 3rd meeting in the FIA karting paddock as a senior, and he really has done a grand job. And Rafael Chaves-Camara likewise in his maiden senior season, but then so too is the man up front, Kimi Antonelli. It's been a tough old year, but Wackersdorf has really settled the men from the boys. 2 laps to go in this European final, and Marcus Amond wants one more crack at Taylor Barnard. He just needs to get close enough to the Brit. But if the Frenchman gets through, that really does consolidate the woes for the British driver in 3rd place. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. But then you could say that about Kimi Antonelli up front too. The 2 underdogs in recent years are now the title contenders. But Marcus Amond wants a piece of Taylor Barnard. He wants to get on the podium in the season finale. Is he going to get one last chance of it? The Frenchman pushes, and pushes hard. But it will be a very tough fight as they come out of the final corner and head into the last lap of 2020 in the European Championship. Kimi Antonelli is just 1.19 kilometers from the title. He's just got to keep it honest for this last lap. The Italian karting fraternity are getting ready to welcome their latest addition to the European Championship in the senior category, to follow in the footsteps of the likes of Marco Ardigo, Stefano Fabi, Nicolas Risitano, Nicola Nole, and Flavio Campaneschi and Lorenzo Travasanuto. An amazing opportunity now as out of the final sector, Kimi Antonelli remains in the lead. There could be a last lap squabble between Barnard and Amond, but I don't think so. It looks to me as though Taylor Barnard's got the job done for the podium. But out in front, it's going to be a glorious victory in the race and the title. Kimi Antonelli is European champion of 2020. Look at that. He's so euphoric. He can't believe he's done it. What a result for Kimi Antonelli. In amazing style, he has fought tooth and nail. And Kimi Antonelli is European champion and the race winner here at Wackersdorf. He wins the title by just 2 points to Taylor Barnard in second in the title race. What a showdown, what a final, and what a European champion. Kimi Antonelli wins the race and the title. Rafael Chaves-Camara second from Taylor Barnard. Marcus Amond and Luigi Coluccio from Juho Valtonen, Joe Turney, Matthias Morgato, Harry Thompson and Lawrence Van Hopen in the top 10. Luca Griggs and Norton Andreasen in front of Nikita Bedrin and Rasmus Jutsemis, Noah Denbol and Delano Van Top, Callum Bradshaw and Leandro Andruti, Oliver Gray and Maya Werg from Matthias Salonen, Leventa Revej, Lorenzo Rosico and James Wharton. In 25th position behind them, it is Ben Dorr from Jamie Day, Charlie Wirtz and Hannes Janka. And then come the retirements. It is the likes of Vincent Andronaco and Caius Signelis, Nicholas Bertolatti, Lorenzo Petresi, Joel Mesh, Jenis Savico, Miron Pingasov and Moritz Viskirchen. But an absolutely astonishing European Championship season comes to an amazing end as we now have a European champion, and he is Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who takes a brilliant victory in the final. Next up, it is the podium. Well, it's been an absolutely fascinating battle here at Wackersdorf. Pro Kart Raceland has once again opened its door to the FIA Karting Championships, and it's been absolutely sensational. We really have given ourselves an amazing weekend to talk about here. But Raceland Wackersdorf has been absolutely wonderful once again, and we can't wait till the next time when we get to race here once more. Hopefully in the 2021 season we will return, but certainly the FIA Karting fraternity can now focus on the next challenge, which is at Lonato in Italy, where the KZ Championship of the World, as well as the International KZ2 Super Cup and the final round of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy will take place on the first weekend of October. You can find all the details at FIAkarting.com. And then, of course, in 7 weeks' time, the OK and junior drivers will contest their Championship of the World at Portimao in Portugal on the second weekend of November.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
After a sensational OK final here in the FIA Karting European Championships at Pro Kart Race Stand Wackersdorf, we will welcome the drivers to the podium one by one. In third position for France, Marcus Armand! And in second position for Brazil, Rafael Chaves Camara! But your race winner and new European champion for Italy, Andrea Kimi Antonelli! And we welcome to the podium for Kart Republic Motorsport, team manager Flavio Andriatta! And in deference to our winner on the top step of the podium, the national anthem for Italy. And in second position for Brazil, Rafael Chaves Camara! And your race winner here at Wackersdorf, and the new 2020 European champion for Italy, Andrea Kimi Antonelli! And of course to our winning team manager as well for Kart Republic Motorsport, Flavio Andriatta! And so we ask our drivers to pose together with their trophies and bouquets of flowers for the press and the photographers as we celebrate the ending of a fantastic European Championship season in 2020. And one more time, please, a congratulations to our three drivers on the podium. In third place, Marcus Amond. In second, Rafael Chaves Camara. And your race winner, Andrea Kimi Antonelli. A massive thank you to our drivers on the podium. And there is one final obligatory process to do for the podium ceremony here at the FIA Karting European Championships. We obviously wish to thank all of those of you for being here and obviously for watching and seeing all of the action out on the circuit. But we also have one final trophy that needs to be presented on the podium, and it will be presented to the circuit owner here at Pro Kart Raceland for his fantastic work in hosting the European Championships here in Germany in the FIA Karting European Championships. We welcome to the podium and a fantastic performance all weekend, and a massive thank you to Stefan Fritsch. Congratulations to everybody at Pro Kart Raceland, not just to Stefan, but the whole team. We wish to thank everybody for being here this weekend. It has been a wonderful, wonderful occasion, and we can't wait to come back once again here at the FIA Karting European Championships. We thank you very much indeed for watching. We will return in 3 weeks' time when we head to the World Championships for KZ at Lonato in Italy. And of course, in 7 weeks' time, it'll be the World Championships for OK and Junior at Portimao in Portugal. You can follow all the information on our social media channels on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. And of course, like and subscribe to the YouTube and hit the notification bell. You'll never miss a moment. And a massive thank you to everybody. Keep up to date with all the information on FIAkarting.com. But from Jake Sanson here in Germany, thank you and auf Wiedersehen!
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.